A New Era of Thought. Scientific Romances. By C. Howard Hinton, M.A. Part 1. The Introduction. There are no new truths in this book, but it consists of an effort to impress upon and bring home to the mind some of the more modern developments of thought. A few sentences of Kant, a few leading ideas of Gauss and Lobachevsky form the material out of which it is built up. It may be thought to be unduly long, but it must be remembered that in these times there is a twofold process going on, one of discovery about external nature, one of education by which our minds are brought into harmony with that which we know. In certain respects we find ourselves brought on by the general current of ideas. We feel that matter is permanent and cannot be annihilated, and it is almost an axiom in our minds that energy is persistent and all its transformations remains the same in amount. But there are other directions in which there is need of definite training if we are to enter into the thoughts of the time. And it seems to me that a return to Kant, the creator of modern philosophy, is the first condition. Now of Kant's enormous work only a small part is treated here, but with the difference that should be found between the work of a master and that of a follower. Kant's statements are taken as leading ideas suggesting a field of work, and it is in detail and manipulation merely that there is an opportunity for workmanship. Of Kant's work it is only his doctrine of space which is here experimented upon. With Kant the perception of things as being in space is not treated as it seems so obvious to do. We should naturally say that there is space and there are things in it. From a comparison of those properties which are common to all things we obtain the properties of space. But Kant says that this property of being in space is not so much a quality of any definable objects as the means by which we obtain an apprehension of definable objects. It is the condition of our mental work. Now, as Kant's doctrine is usually commented on, the negative side is brought into prominence, the positive side is neglected. It is generally said that the mind cannot perceive things in themselves, but can only apprehend them subject to space conditions. And in this way the space conditions are as it were considered somewhat in the light of hindrances whereby we are prevented from seeing what the objects in themselves truly are. But if we take the statement simply as it is, that we apprehend by means of space, then it is equally allowable to consider our space sense as a positive means by which the mind grasps its experience. There is in so many books in which the subject is treated a certain air of despondency, as if this space apprehension were a kind of veil which shut us off from nature. But there is no need to adopt this feeling. The first postulate of this book is a full recognition of the fact that it is by means of space that we apprehend what is. Space is the instrument of the mind. And here, for the purposes of our work, we can avoid all metaphysical discussion. Very often a statement which seems to be very deep and abstruse and hard to grasp is simply the form into which deep thinkers have thrown a very simple and practical observation. And for the present let us look on Kant's great doctrine of space from a practical point of view, and it comes to this: it is important to develop the space sense, for it is the means by which we think about real things. There is a doctrine which found much favour with the first followers of Kant that also affords us a simple and practical rule of work. It was considered by Fichte that the whole external world was simply a projection from the ego, and the manifold of nature was a recognition by the spirit of itself. What this comes to as a practical rule is that we can only understand nature in virtue of our own activity, that there is no such thing as mere passive observation, but every act of sight and thought is an activity of our own. Now, according to Kant, the space sense, or the intuition of space, is the most fundamental power of the mind. But I do not find anywhere a systematic and thoroughgoing education of the space sense. In every practical pursuit it is needed, in some it is developed. In geometry it is used, but the great reason of failure in education is that instead of a systematic training of the space sense, it is left to be organized by accident and is called upon to act without having been formed. According to Kant and according to common experience, it will be found that a trained thinker is one in whom the space sense has been well developed. With regard to the education of the space sense, I must ask the indulgence of the reader. It will seem obvious to him that any real pursuit or real observation trains the space sense, and that it is going out of the way to undertake any special discipline. To this I would answer that according to my own experience I was perfectly ignorant of space relations myself before I actually worked at the subject, and that directly I got a true view of space facts, a whole series of conceptions which before I had known merely by repute and grasped by an effort became perfectly simple and clear to me. Moreover, to take one instance, in studying the relations of space we always have to do with colored objects. We always have the sense of weight, for if the things themselves have no weight, there is always a direction of up and down which implies the sense of weight, and to get rid of these elements requires careful sifting. But perhaps the best point of view to take is this: if the reader has the space sense well developed, he will have no difficulty in going through the part of the book which relates to it, and the phraseology will serve him for the considerations which come next. Amongst the followers of Kant, those who pursued one of the lines of thought in his works have attracted the most attention and have been considered as his successors. Fichte, Schelling, Hegel have developed certain tendencies and have written remarkable books. But the true successors of Kant are Gauss and Lobachevsky. For if our intuition of space is the means by which we apprehend, then it follows that there may be different kinds of intuitions of space. Who can tell what the absolute space intuition is? This intuition of space must be colored, so to speak, by the conditions of the being which uses it. Now, after Kant had laid down his doctrine of space, it was important to investigate how much in our space intuition is due to experience, is a matter of the physical circumstances of the thinking being, and how much is the pure act of the mind. The only way to investigate this is the practical way, and by a remarkable analysis the great geometers above mentioned have shown that space is not limited as ordinary experience would seem to inform us, but that we are quite capable of conceiving different kinds of space. Our space, as we ordinarily think of it, is conceived as limited not in extent, but in a certain way which can only be realized when we think of our ways of measuring space objects. It is found that there are only three independent directions in which a body can be measured. It must have height, length, and breadth, but it has no more than these dimensions. If any other measurement be taken in it, this new measurement will be found to be compounded of their old measurements. It is impossible to find a point in the body which could not be arrived at by travelling in combinations of the three directions already taken. But why should space be limited to three independent directions? Geometers have found that there is no reason why bodies should be thus limited. As a matter of fact, all the bodies which we can measure are thus limited. So we come to this conclusion that the space which we use for conceiving ordinary objects in the world is limited to three dimensions. But it might be possible for there to be beings living in a world such that they would conceive a space of 4 dimensions. All that we can say about such a supposition is that it is not demanded by our experience. It may be that in the very large or the very minute a 4th dimension of space will have to be postulated to account for parts, but with regard to objects of ordinary magnitudes we are certainly not in a 4-dimensional world. And this was a point at which about 10 years ago I took up the inquiry. It is possible to say a great deal about space of higher dimensions than our own, and to work out analytically many problems which suggest themselves. But can we conceive 4-dimensional space in the same way in which we can conceive our own space? Can we think of a body in 4 dimensions as a unit having properties in the same way as we think of a body having a definite shape in the space with which we are familiar? Now this question, as every other with which I am acquainted, can only be answered by experiment. And I commenced a series of experiments to arrive at a conclusion one way or the other. It is obvious that this is not a scientific inquiry, but one for the practical teacher. And just as an experimental research is the skillful manipulator will demonstrate a law of nature, the less skilled manipulator will fail, so here everything depended on the manipulation. I was not sure that this power lay hidden in the mind, but to put the question fairly would surely demand every resource of the practical art of education. And so it proved to be, for after many years of work, during which the conception of 4-dimensional bodies lay absolutely dark, at length by a certain change of plan the whole subject of 4-dimensional existence became perfectly clear and easy to impart. There is really no more difficulty in conceiving 4-dimensional shapes when we go about it the right way than in conceiving the idea of solid shapes, nor is there any mystery at all about it. When the faculty is acquired, or rather when it is brought into consciousness, for it exists in every one in imperfect form, a new horizon opens. The mind acquires a development of power, and in this use of ampler space as a mode of thought, a path is opened by using that very truth which, when first stated by Kant, seemed to close the mind within such vast limits. Our perception is subject to the condition of being in space. But space is not limited as we at first think. The next step after having formed this power of conception in ampler space is to investigate nature and see what phenomena are to be explained by four-dimensional relations. But this part of the subject is hardly one for the same worker as the one who investigates how to think in four-dimensional space. The work of building up the power is the work of the practical educator. The work of applying it to nature is the work of the scientific man. And it is not possible to accomplish both tasks at the same time. Consequently, the crown is still to be won. Here the method is given of training the mind. It will be an exhilarating moment when an investigator comes upon phenomena which show that external nature cannot be explained except by the assumption of a four-dimension space. The thought of the past ages has used the conception of a three-dimensional space, and by that means has classified many phenomena and has obtained rules for dealing with matters of great practical utility. The path which opens immediately before us in the future is that of applying the conception of four-dimensional space to the phenomena of nature and of investigating what can be found out by this new means of apprehension. In fact, what has been passed through may be called the three-dimensional era. Gauss and Lobachevsky have inaugurated the four-dimensional era. Chapter 1. Skepticism in Science. Beginning of knowledge. The following pages have for their object to induce the reader to apply himself to the study in the first place of space and then of higher space, and therefore I have tried by indirect means to show forth those thoughts and conceptions to which the practical work leads. And I feel that I have a great advantage in this project, inasmuch as many of the thoughts which spring up in the mind of one who studies higher space and many of the conceptions to which he is driven turn out to be nothing more nor less than old truths, the property of every mind that thinks and feels, truths which are not generally associated with the scientific apprehension of the world, but which are not for that reason any the less valuable. And for my own part, one cannot do more than put them forward in a very feeble and halting manner. For I have come upon them not in the way of feeling or direct apprehension, but as the result of a series of works undertaken purely with the desire to know, a desire which did not lift itself to the height of expecting or looking for the beautiful or the good, but which simply asked for something to know. For I found myself, and many others I find do so also, I found myself in respect to knowledge like a man who is in the midst of plenty and yet who cannot find anything to eat. All around me were the evidences of knowledge, the arts, the sciences, the interesting talk, useful inventions, and yet I myself was profited nothing at all, for somehow amidst all this activity I was left alone, and I could get nothing which I could know. The dialect was foreign to me, its inner meaning was hidden. If I would, imitating the utterance of my fellows, say a few words, the effort was forced, the whole result was an artificiality, and if successful would be but a plausible imposture. The word
skeptical
has a certain unpleasant association attached to it, for it has been used by so many people who are absolutely certain in a particular line and attack other people's convictions. But to be skeptical in the real sense is a far more unpleasant state of mind to the skeptic than to any one of his companions. For to a mind that inquires into what it really does know, it is hardly possible to enunciate complete sentences, much less to put before it those complex ideas which have so large a part in true human life. Every word we use has so wide and fugitive a meaning, and every expression touches or rather grazes fact by so very minute a point, that if we wish to start with something which we do note and thence proceed in a certain manner, we are forced away from the study of reality and driven to an artificial system such as logic or mathematics, which, starting from postulates and axioms, develops a body of ideal truth which rather comes into contact with nature than is nature. Scientific achievement is reserved for those who are content to absorb into their consciousness by any means and by whatever way they come the varied appearances of nature, whence and in which by reflection they find floating as it were on the sea of the unknown certain similarities, certain resemblances and analogies, by means of which they collect together a body of possible predictions and inferences, and in nature they find correspondences which are actually verified. Hence science exists, although the conceptions in the mind cannot be said to have any real correspondence in nature. We form a set of conceptions in the mind, and the relations between these conceptions give us relations which we find actually vibrating in the world around us. But the conceptions themselves are essentially artificial. We have a conception of atoms, but no one supposes that atoms actually exist. We suppose a force varying inversely as the square of the distance, but no one supposes such a mysterious thing to really be in nature. And when we come to the region of descriptive science, when we come to simple observation, we do not find ourselves any better provided with a real knowledge of nature. If, for instance, we think of a plant, we picture to ourselves a certain green shape of a more or less definite character. This green shape enables us to recognize the plant we think of and to describe it to a certain extent. But if we inquire into our imagination of it, we find that our mental image very soon diverges from the fact. If, for instance, we cut the plant in half, we find cells and tissues of various kinds. If we examine our idea of the plant, it has merely an external and superficial resemblance to the plant itself. It is a mental drawing meeting the real plant in external appearance, but the two things, the plant and our thought of it, come as it were from different sides. They just touch each other as far as the color and shape are concerned, but as structures and as living organisms they are as wide apart as possible. Of course, by our observation and study, the image of a plant which we bear in our minds may be made to resemble a plant as found in the fields more and more. But the agreement with nature lies in the multitude of points superadded onto the notion of greenness which we have. At first there is no natural starting point where the mind meets nature, and whence they can travel hand in hand. It almost seems as if by sympathy and feeling the human being was easier to know than the simplest object. To know any object, however simple, by the reason and observation requires an endless process of thought and looking, building up the first vague impression into something like in more and more respects. While, on the other hand, in dealing with human beings there is an inward sympathy and capacity for knowing which is independent of, though called into play by, the observation of the actions and outward appearance of the human being. But for the purpose of knowing we must leave out these human relationships. They are an affair of instinct and inherited unconscious experience. The mind may someday rise to the level of these inherited apprehensions and be able to explain them, but at present it is far more than overtasked to give an account of the simplest portions of matter, and is quite inadequate to give an account of the nature of a human being. Asking then what there was which I could know, I found no point of beginning. There were plenty of ways of accumulating observations, but none in which one could go hand in hand with nature. A child is provided in the early part of its life with a provision of food adapted for it. But it seemed that our minds are left without a natural subsistence, for on the one hand there are arid mathematics, and on the other there is observation, and in observation there is, out of the great mass of constructed mental images, but little which the mind can assimilate. To the worker at science, of course, this crude and omnivorous observation is everything, but if we ask for something which we can note, it is like a vast mass of indigestible material with every here and there a fibre or thread which we can assimilate. In this perplexity I was reduced to the last condition of mental despair, and in default of finding anything which I could understand in nature, I was sufficiently humbled to learn anything which seemed to afford a capacity of being known. And the objects which came before me for this endeavour were the simple ones which will be plentifully used in the practical part of this book. For I found that the only assertion I could make about external objects without bringing in unknown and unintelligible relations was this: I could say how things were arranged. If a stone lay between two others, that was a definite and intelligible fact and seemed primary. As a stone itself, it was an unknown somewhat which one could get more and more information about the more one studied the various sciences. But granting that there were some things there which we call stones, the way they were arranged was a simple and obvious fact which could be easily expressed and easily remembered. And so, in despair of being able to obtain any other kind of mental possession in the way of knowledge, I commenced to learn arrangements, and I took as the objects to be arranged certain artificial objects of a simple shape. I built up a block of cubes, and giving each a name I learnt a mass of them. Now I do not recommend this as a thing to be done. All I can say is that genuinely then and now it seemed and seems to be the only kind of mental possession which one can call knowledge. It is perfectly definite and certain. I could tell where each cube came and how it was related to each of the others. As to the cube itself, I was profoundly ignorant of that, but assuming that as a necessary starting point, taking that as granted, I had a definite mass of knowledge. But I do not wish to say that this is better than any kind of knowledge which other people may find come home to them. All I want to do is to take this humble beginning of knowledge and show how inevitably, by devotion to it, it leads to marvelous and far distant truths, and how, by a strange path, it leads directly into the presence of some of the highest conceptions which great minds have given us. I do not think it ought to be any objection to an inquiry that it begins with obvious and common details. In fact, I do not think that it is possible to get anything simpler with less of hypothesis about it, and more obviously a simple taking in of facts than the study of the arrangement of a block of cubes. Many philosophers have assumed a starting point for their thought. I want the reader to accept a very humble one and see what comes of it. If this leads us to anything, no doubt greater results will come from more ambitious beginnings. And now I feel that I have candidly exposed myself to the criticism of the reader. If he will have the patience to go on, we will begin and build up on our foundations. Chapter 2. Apprehension of Nature. Intelligence. Study of arrangement or shape. Nature is that which is around us. But it is by no means easy to get to nature. The savage living, we may say, in the bosom of nature is certainly unapprehensive of it. In fact, it has needed the greatness of a Wordsworth and of generations of poets and painters to open our eyes even in a slight measure to the wonder of nature. Thus it is clear that it is not by mere passivity that we can comprehend nature. It is the goal of an activity, not a free gift. And there are many ways of apprehending nature. There are the sounds and sights of nature which delight the senses, and the involved harmonies and the secret affinities which poetry makes us feel. Then, moreover, there is the definite knowledge of natural facts in which the memory and reason are employed. Thus we may divide our means of coming into contact with nature into three main channels: the senses, the imagination, and the mind. The imagination is perhaps the highest faculty, but we leave it out of consideration here and ask, how can we bring our minds into contact with nature? Now, when we see two people of diverse characters, we sometimes say that they cannot understand one another. There is nothing in the one by which he can understand the other. He is shut out by a limitation of his own faculties. And thus our power of understanding nature depends on our own possession. It is in virtue of some mental activity of our own that we can apprehend that outside activity which we call nature. And thus the training to enable us to approach nature with our minds will be some active process on our own part. In the course of my experience as a teacher, I have often been struck by the want of the power of reason displayed by peoples. They are not able to put two and two together, as the saying goes, and I have been at some pains to investigate wherein this curious deficiency lies and how it can be supplied. And I have found that there is in the curriculum no direct cure for it. The discipline which supplies it is not one which comes into school methods. It is a something which most children obtain in the natural and unsupervised education of their first contact with the world, and lies before any recognized mode of distinction. They can only understand in virtue of an activity of their own, and they have not had sufficient exercise in this activity. In the present state of education, it is impossible to diverge from the ordinary routine. But it is always possible to experiment on children who are out of the common line of education. And I believe I am amply justified by the result of my experiments. I have seen that the same activity which I have found makes that habit of mind which we call intelligence in a child is the source of our common and everyday rational intellectual work, and that just as the faculties of a child can be called forth by it, so also the powers of a man are best prepared by the same means, but on an ampler scale. A more detailed development of the practical work of Part 2 would be the best training for the mind of a child. An extension of the work of that part would be the training which, hand in hand with observation and recapitulation, would best develop a man's thought power. In order to tell what the activity is by the prosecution of which we can obtain mental contact with nature, we should observe what it is which we say we
understand.
In any phenomenon of nature which has become clear to us, when we look at a bright object, it seems very different from a dull one. A piece of bright steel hardly looks like the same substance as a piece of dull steel, but the difference of appearance in the two is easily accounted for by the different nature of the surface in the two cases. In the one, all the irregularities are done away with, and the rays of light which fall on it are sent off again without being dispersed and broken up. In the case of the dull iron, the rays of light are broken up and divided so that they are not transmitted with intensity in any one direction, but flung off in all sorts of directions. Here the difference between the bright object and the dull object lies in the arrangement of the particles on its surface and their influence on the rays of light. Again, with light itself, the differences of color are explained as being the effect on us of rays of different rates of vibration. Now, a vibration is essentially a series of arrangements of matter which follow each other in a closed order, so that when the set has been run through, the first arrangement follows again. The whole theory of light is an account of arrangement of the particles in the transmitting medium, only the arrangements altered are not permanent in any one characteristic but go through a complete cycle of varieties. Again, when the movements of the heavenly bodies are deduced from the theory of universal gravitation, what we primarily do is to take account of arrangement, for the law of gravity connects the movements which the attracted bodies tend to make with their distances, that is, it shows how their movements depend on their arrangement. And if gravity as a force is to be explained itself, the suppositions which have been put forward resolve it into the effect of the movements of small bodies, that is to say, gravity, if explained at all, is explained as the result of the arrangement and altering arrangements of small particles. Again, to take the idea which proceeding from Goethe casts such an influence on botanical observation. Goethe and also Wolff laid down that the parts of a flower were modified leaves, and traced the stages and intermediate states between the ordinary green leaf and the most gorgeous petal or stamen or carpel, so unlike a leaf in form and function. Now, the essential value in this conception is that it enables us to look upon these different organs of a plant as modifications of one and the same organ. It enables us to think about the different varieties of the flower head as modifications of one single plant form. We can trace correspondences between them and are led to possible explanations of their growth. And all this is done by getting rid of pistil and stamen as separate entities and looking on them as leaves and their parts due to different arrangement of the leaf structure. We have reduced these diverse objects to a common element. We have found the unit by whose arrangements the whole is produced. And in this department of thought, as also to take another instance in chemistry to understand is practically this, we find units, leaves or atoms, combinations of which count for the results which we see. Thus we see that that which the mind essentially apprehends is arrangement. And this holds over the whole range of mental work, from the simplest observation to the most complex theory. When the eye takes in the form of an external object, there is something more than a sense impression, something more than a sensation of greenness and light and dark. The mind works as well as the sense, and these sense impressions are definitely grouped in what we call the shape of the object. The essential act of perceiving lies in the apprehension of a shape, and a shape is an arrangement of parts. It does not matter what these parts are. If we take meaningless dots of color and arrange them, we obtain a shape which represents the appearance of a stone or a leaf to a certain degree. If we want to make our representation still more like, we must treat each of the dots as in themselves arrangements. We must compose each of them by many strokes and dots of the brush. But even in this case we have not got anything else besides arrangement. The ultimate element, the small items of light and shade or of color, are in themselves meaningless. It is in their arrangement that the likeness of the representation consists. Thus, from a drawing to our notion of the planetary system, all our contact with nature lies in this, in an appreciation of arrangement. Hence, to prepare ourselves for the understanding of nature, we must
arrange.
In virtue of our activity in making arrangements, we prepare ourselves to do what is called understand nature. Or we may say that which we call understanding nature is to discern something similar in nature to that which we do when we arrange elements into compounded groups. Now, if we study arrangement in the active way, we must have something to arrange, and the things we work with may be either all alike or each of them varying from every other. If the elements are not alike, then we are not studying pure arrangement, but our knowledge is affected by the compound nature of that with which we deal. If the elements are all alike, we have what we call units. Hence the discipline preparatory for the understanding of nature is the active arrangement of like units. And this is very much the case with all educational processes. Only the things chosen to arrange are in general words which are so complicated and carry such a train of association that unless the mind has already acquired a knowledge of arrangement, it is puzzled and hampered and never gets a clear apprehension of what its work is. Now, what shall we choose for our units? Any unit would do, but it ought to be a real thing. It ought to be something which can be touched and seen, not something which no one has ever touched or seen and which is even incapable of definition, like a
number.
I would divide studies into two classes: those which create the faculty of arrangement and those which use it and exercise it. Mathematics exercises it, but I do not think it creates it, and unfortunately in mathematics, as it is now often taught, the pupil is launched into a vast system of symbols. The whole use and meaning of symbols, namely as means to acquire a clear grasp of facts, is lost to him. The possible units which will serve, I take the cubed, and I have found that whenever I took any other unit I got wrong, puzzled, and lost my way. With the cube one does not get along very fast, but everything is perfectly obvious and simple, and builds up into a whole of which every part is evident. And I must ask the reader to absolutely erase from his mind all desire or wish to be able to predict or assert anything about nature, and he must please look with horror on any mental process by which he gets to truth in an ingenious but obscure and inexplicable way. Let him take nothing which is not perfectly clear, patent, and evident, demonstrable to his senses, to simple repetition of obvious fact. Our work will then be this: the study, by means of cubes, of the facts of arrangement. And the process of learning will be an active one of actually putting up the cubes. In this way we do for the mind what Wordsworth does for the imagination: we bring it into contact with nature. Chapter 3. The elements of knowledge. There are two elements which enter into our knowledge with respect to any phenomenon. If, for instance, we take the sun and ask ourselves what we've observed, we notice that it is a bright moving body, and of these two qualities, the brightness and the movement, each seems equally predicable of the sun. It does move and it is bright. Now further study discloses to us that there is a difference between these two affirmations. The motion of the sun in its diurnal course round the earth is only apparent, but it is really in a bright hot body. Now of these two assertions which the mind naturally makes about the sun, one that it is moving depends on the relation of the beholder to the sun, the other is true about the sun itself. The observed motion depends on a fact affecting oneself and having nothing to do with the sun, while the brightness is really a quality of the sun itself. Now we will call those qualities or appearances which we notice in a body, which are due to the particular conditions under which oneself is placed in observing it, the self-elements, those facts about it which are independent of the observer's particular relationship, we will call the residual element. Thus the sun's motion is a self-element in our thought of the sun, its brightness is a residual element. It is not, of course, possible to draw a line distinctly between the self-elements and the residual elements. For instance, some people have denied that brightness is a quality of things, but that it depends on the capacity of the being for receiving sensations, and for brightness they would substitute the assertion that the sun is giving forth a great deal of energy in the form of heat and light. But there is no object in pursuing the discussion further. The main distinction is sufficiently obvious, and it is important to separate the self-element involved in our knowledge as far as possible, so that the residual elements may be kept for our closer attention. By getting rid of the self-elements we put ourselves in a position in which we can propound sensible questions. By getting rid of the notion of its circular motion round the earth we prepare our way to study the sun as it really is. We get the subjects clear of complications and extraneous considerations. It would hardly be worthwhile to dwell on this consideration were it not of importance in our study of arrangement. But the fact is that directly a subject has been cleared of the self-elements, it seems so absurd to have had them introduced at all that the great difficulty there was in getting rid of them is forgotten. With regard to the knowledge we have at the present day about scientific matters, there do not seem to be any self-elements present. But the worst about a self-element is that its presence is never dreamed of till it is got rid of. To know that it is there is to have done away with it. And thus our body of knowledge is like a fluid which keeps clear, not because there are no substances in solution, but because directly they become evident they fall down as precipitates. Now one of our serious pieces of work will be to get rid of the self-elements in the knowledge of arrangement. And the kind of knowledge which we shall try to obtain will be somewhat different from the kind of knowledge which we have about events or natural phenomena. In the large subjects which generally occupy the mind, the things thought of are so complicated that every detail cannot possibly be considered. The principles of the whole are realized, and then at any required time the principles can be worked out. Thus, with regard to a knowledge of the planetary system, it is said to be known if the law of movement of each of the planets is recognized and their positions at any one time committed to memory. It is not our habit to remember their relative positions with regard to one another at many intervals so as to have an exhaustive catalogue of them in our minds. But with regard to the elements of knowledge with which we shall work, the subject is so simple that we may justly demand of ourselves that we will know every detail. And the knowledge we shall acquire will be much more one of the sense and feeling than of the reason. We do not want to have a rule in our minds by which we can recall the positions of the different cubes, but we want to have an immediate apprehension of them. It was Kant who first pointed out how much of thought there was embodied in the sense impressions, and it is this embodied thought which we wish to form. Chapter 4. Theory and Practice. Both in science and in morals there is an important distinction to be drawn between theory and practice. A knowledge of chemistry does not consist in the intellectual appreciation of different theories and principles, but in being able to act in accordance with the facts of chemical combination so that by means of the appliances of chemistry practical results are produced. And so, in morals, the theoretic acquaintance with the principles of human action may consist with a marked degree of ignorance of how to act amongst other human beings. Now the use of the word
learn
has been much restricted to merely theoretic studies. It requires to be enlarged to the scientific meaning, and to know should include practice and actual manipulation. Let us take an instance. We all know what justice is, and any child can be taught to tell the difference between acting justly and acting unjustly. But it is a different thing to teach them to act with justice. Something is done which affects them unpleasantly. They feel an impulse to retaliate. In order to see what justice demands, they have to put their personal feeling on one side. They have to get rid of those conditions under which they apprehended the effects of their action at first, and they have to look on it from another point of view. Then they have to act in accordance with this view. Now there are two steps, one an intellectual, one of understanding, one a practical, one of carrying out the view. Neither is a moral step. One demands intelligence, the other the formation of a habit, and this habit can be inculcated by precept, by reward and punishment, by various means. But as human nature is constituted, if the habit of justice is inculcated, it touches a part of the being. There is an emotional response. We know but little of a human being, but we can safely say that there are depths in it beyond the feelings of momentary resentment and the stimulus of pleasurable or painful sensation to which justice is natural. How little adequate is our physical knowledge of a human being as a body frame to explain the fact of human life. Now and again we see one of these isolated beings bound up in another as if there was an undiscovered physical bond between them. And in all there is this sense of justice, a kind of indwelling verdict of the universal mind, if we may use such an expression, in virtue of which a man feels not as a single individual but as all men. With respect to justice, it is not only necessary to take the view of one other person than oneself, but that of many. There may be justice which is very good justice from the point of view of a party, but very bad justice from the point of view of a nation. And if we suppose an agency outside the human race gifted with intelligence and affecting the race in the way, for instance, of causing storms or disturbances of the ground, in order to judge it with justice we should have to take a standpoint outside the race of men altogether. We could not say that this agency was bad. We should have to judge it with reference to its effect on other sentient beings. There are some words which are often used in contrast with each other, egoism and altruism, and each seems to me a meaning except as terms in a contrast. Let us take an instance. A boy has a bag of cakes and is going to enjoy them by himself. His parent stops him and makes him set up some stumps and begin to learn to play cricket with another boy. The enjoyment of the cakes is lost, he has given that up, but after a little while he has a pleasure which is greater than that of cakes in solitude. He enters into the life of the game. He has given up, or been forced to give up, the pleasure he knew, and he has found a greater one. What he thought about himself before was that he liked cakes, now what he thinks about himself is that he likes cricket. Which of these is the true thought about himself? Neither probably, but at any rate it is more near the truth to say that he likes the cricket. If now we use the word self to mean that which a person knows of himself, and it is difficult to see what other meaning it can have, his self as he knew it at first was thwarted, was given up, and through that he discovered his true self. And again with the cricket he will make the sacrifice of giving that up voluntarily or involuntarily, and will find a true self still. In general, there is not much difficulty in making a boy find out that he likes cricket, and it is quite possible for him to eat his cakes first and learn to play cricket afterwards. The cricket will not come to him as a thwarting in any sense of what he likes better. But this ease in entering into the pursuit only shows that the boy's nature is already developed to the level of enjoying the game. The distinct moral advance would come in such a case when something which at first was hard to him to do was presented to him, and the hardness, the unpleasantness is of a double kind: the giving up of a pursuit or indulgence to which he is accustomed, and the exertion of forming the habits demanded by the new pursuit. Now it is unimportant whether the renunciation is forced or willingly taken. But as a general rule it may be laid down that by giving up his own desires as he feels them at the moment to the needs and advantage of those around him, or to the objects which he finds before him demanding accomplishment, a human being passes to the discovery of his true self on and on. The process is limited by the responsibilities which a man finds come upon him. The method of moral advance is to acquire practical knowledge. He must first see what the advantage of someone other than himself would be, and then he must act in accordance with that view of things. Then, having acted and formed a habit, he discovers a response in himself. He finds that he really cares, and that his former limited life was not really himself. His body and the needs of his body, so far as he can observe them externally, are the same as before, but he has obtained an inner and unintellectual but none the less real apprehension of what he is. Thus altruism, or the sacrifice of egoism to others, is followed by a truer egoism or assertion of self, and this process flashed across by the transcendent lights of religion, wherein, as in the sense of justice and duty, untold depths in the nature of man are revealed entirely unexpressed by the intellectual apprehension which we have of him as an animal frame of a very high degree of development is the normal one by which from childhood a human being develops into the full responsibilities of a man. Now both in science and in conduct there are self-elements. In science, getting rid of the self-elements means a truer apprehension of the facts about one. In conduct, getting rid of the self-elements means obtaining a truer knowledge of what we are, in a way of feeling more strongly and deeply and being bound and linked in a larger scale. Thus, without pretending to any scientific accuracy in the use of terms, we can assign a certain amount of meaning to the expression getting rid of self-elements. And all that we can do is to take the rough idea of this process, and then taking our special subject matter to apply it. In affairs of life, experiments lead to disaster. But happy science is provided wherein the desire to put theories into practice can be safely satisfied, and good results sometimes follow. Were it not for this, the human race might before now have been utopiad from off the face of the earth. In experiment, manipulation is everything. We must be certain of all our conditions, otherwise we fail assuredly, and have not even the satisfaction of knowing that our failure is due to the wrongness of our conjectures. And for our purposes we use a subject matter so simple that the manipulation is easy. Chapter 5. Knowledge Self-Elements. I must now go with somewhat of detail into the special subject in which these general truths will be exhibited. Everything I have to say would be conceived much more clearly by a very little practical manipulation. But here I want to put the subject in as general a light as possible, so that there may be no hindrance to the judgment of the reader. And when I use the word
know,
I assume something else than the possession of a rule by which it can be said how facts are. By knowing I mean that the facts of a subject all lie in the mind, ready to come out vividly into consciousness when their attention is directed on them. Michelangelo knew the human frame. He could tell every little fact about it. If he chose to call up the image, he would see mentally how each muscle and fold of the skin lay with regard to the surrounding parts. We want to obtain a knowledge as good as Michelangelo's. There is a great difference between Michelangelo and us, but let that difference be expressed not in our way of knowing, but in the difference between the things he knew and the things we know. We take a very simple structure and know it as absolutely as he knew the complicated structure of the human body. And let let us take a block of cubes, any number will do, but for convenience sake let us take a set of 27 cubes put together so as to form a large cube of 27 parts. And let each of these cubes be marked so as to be recognized, and let each have a name so that it can be referred to. And let us suppose that we have learnt this block of cubes so that each one is known, that is to say its position in the block is known and its relation to the other blocks. Now, having obtained this knowledge of the block as it stands in front of us, let us ask ourselves if there is any self-element present in our knowledge of it. And there is obviously this self-element present. We have learnt the cubes as they stand in accordance with our own convenience in putting them up. We put the lowest ones first and the others on the top of them, and we distinctly conceive the lower ones as supporting the upper ones. Now this fact of support has nothing to do with the block of cubes itself, it depends on the conditions under which we come to apprehend the block of cubes. It depends on our position on the surface of the earth, whereby gravity is an all-important factor in our experience. In fact, our sight has got so accustomed to take gravity into consideration in its view of things that when we look at a landscape or object with our head upside down, we do not see it inverted, but we superinduce on the direct sense impressions our knowledge of the action of gravity, and obtain a view differing very little from what we see when in an upright position. It will be found that every fact about the cubes has involved in it a reference to up and down. It is by being above or below that we chiefly remember where the cubes are. But above and below is a relation which depends simply on gravity. If it were not for gravity, above and below would be interchangeable terms instead of expressing a difference of marked importance to us under our conditions of existence. Now we put
being above
or
being below
into the cubes themselves and feel it equated in them. It defines their position. But this above or below really comes from the conditions in which we are. It is a self-element, and as such, to obtain a true knowledge of the cubes we must get rid of it. And now, for the sake of a process which will be explained afterwards, let us suppose that we cannot move the block of cubes which we have put up. Let us keep it fixed. In order to learn how it is independent of gravity, the best way would be to go to a place where gravity has virtually ceased to act, at the center of the earth for instance, or in a freely falling shell. But this is impossible, so we must choose another way. Let us then, since we cannot get rid of gravity, see what we have done already. We have learnt the cubes, and however they are learnt, it will be found that there is a certain set of them round which the others are mentally grouped as being on the right or left, above or below. Now, to get our knowledge as perfect as we can before getting rid of the self-element up and down, we have to take as central cubes in our mind different sets again and again until there are none which are primary to us. Then there remains only the distinction of some being above others. Now this can only be made to sink out of the primary place in our thoughts by reversing the relation. If we turn the block upside down and learnt it in this new position, then we should learn the position of the cubes with regard to each other with that element in them which comes from the action of gravity reversed. And the true nature of the arrangement to which we added something in virtue of our sensation of up and down would become purer and more isolated in our minds. We have, however, supposed that the cubes are fixed. Then, in order to learn them, we must put up another block showing what they would be like in the supposed new position. We then take a set of cubes, models of the original cubes, and by consideration we can put them in such positions as to be an exact model of what the block of cubes would be if turned upside down. And here is the whole point on which the process depends. We can tell where each cube would come, but we do not know the block in this new position. I draw a distinction between the two acts.
to tell where it would be
And to
know.
telling where it would be is the preparation for knowing. The power of assigning the positions may be called the theory of the block. The actual knowledge is got by carrying out the theory practically, by putting up the blocks and becoming able to realize without effort where each one is. It is not enough to put up the model blocks in the reverse position. It is found that this up and down is a very obstinate element indeed, and a good deal of work is requisite to get rid of it completely. But when it is got rid of in one set of cubes, the faculty is formed of appreciating shape independently of the particular parts which are above or below on first examination. We discover in our own minds the faculty of appreciating the facts of position independent of gravity and its influence on us. I have found a very great difference in different minds in this respect. To some it is easy, to some it is hard. And to use our old instance, the discovery of this capacity is like the discovery of a love of justice in the being who has forced himself to act justly. It is a capacity for being able to take a view independent of the conditions under which he is placed and to feel in accordance with that view. There is, so far as I know, no means of arriving immediately at this impartial appreciation of shape. It can only be done by it, as it were, extending our own body so as to include certain cubes and appreciating then the relation of the other cubes to those. And after this by identifying ourselves with other cubes and in turn appreciating the relation of the other cubes to these. And the practical putting up of the cubes is the way in which this power is gained. It springs up with the repetition of the mechanical acts. Thus there are three processes. First, an apprehension of what the position of the cubes would be. Second, an actual putting of them up in accordance with that apprehension. Third, the springing up in the mind of a direct feeling of what the block is independent of any particular presentation. Thus the self-element of up and down can be got rid of out of a block of cubes. And when even a little block is known like this, the mind has gained a great deal. Yet in the apprehension and knowledge of the block of cubes with its up and down relation in them there is more than in their absolute apprehension of them. For there is the apprehension of their position and also of the effect of gravity on them in their position. Imagine ourselves to be translated suddenly to another part of the universe and to find there intelligent beings and to hold conversation with them. If we told them that we came from a world and were to describe the sun to them, saying that it was a bright hot body which moved round us, they would reply, "You have told us something about the sun, but you have also told us something about yourselves." Thus in the apprehension of the sun as a body moving round us there is more than in the apprehension of it as not moving round, for we really in this case apprehend two things, the sun and our own conditions. But for the purpose of further knowledge it is most important that the more abstract knowledge should be acquired. The self-element introduced by the motion of the earth must be got rid of before the true relations of the solar system can be made out. And in our block of cubes it will be found that feelings about arrangement and knowledge of space which are quite unattainable with our ordinary view of position become simple and clear when this discipline has been gone through. And there can be no possible mental harm in going through this bit of training, for all that it comes to is looking at a real thing as it actually is, turning it round and over and learning it from every point of view. Chapter 6. Function of Mind. Space against Metaphysics. Self-limitation and its test. A plain world. We now pass on to the question, are there any other self-elements present in our knowledge of the block of cubes? When we have learnt to free it from up and down, is there anything else to be got rid of? It seems as if when the cubes were thus learnt we had got as abstract and impersonal a bit of knowledge as possible. But in reality in the relations of the cubes as we thus apprehend them there is present a self-element to which the up and down is a mere trifle. If we think we have got absolute knowledge we are indeed walking on a thin crust in unconsciousness of the depths below. We are so certain of that which we are habituated to, we are so sure that the world is made up of the mechanical forces and principles which we familiarly deal with, that it is more of a shock than a welcome surprise to us to find how mistaken we were. And after all, do we suppose that the facts of distance and size and shape are the ultimate facts of the world? Is it in truth made up like a machine out of mechanical parts? If so, where is there room for that other which we know more certainly, because inwardly that reverence and love which make life worth having? No, these mechanical relations are our means of knowing about the world, they are not reality itself, and their primary place in our imaginations is due to the familiarity which we have with them and to the peculiar limitations under which we are. But I do not for a moment wish to go in thought beyond physical nature. I do not suppose that in thought we can. To the mind it is only the body that appears, and all that I hope to do is to show material relations, mechanism, arrangements. But much depends on what kind of material relations we perceive outside us. A human being, an animal, and a machine are to the mind all merely portions of matter arranged in certain ways. but the mind can give an exhaustive account of the machine to account fairly well for the animal, while the human being it only defines externally, leaving the real knowledge to be supplied by other faculties. But we must not underestimate the work of the mind, for it is only by the observation of and thought about the bodies with which we come into contact that we know human beings. It is the faculty of thought that puts us in a position to recognize a soul. And so, too, about the universe, it is only by correct thought about it that we can perceive its true moral nature. And it will be found that the deadness which we ascribe to the external world is not really there, but is put in by us because of our own limitations. It is really the self-elements in our knowledge which make us talk of mechanical necessity dead matter. When our limitations fall, we behold the spirit of the world like we behold the spirit of a friend, something which is discerned in and through the material presentation of a body to us. Our thought means are sufficient at present to show us human souls, but all except human beings is, as far as science is concerned, inanimate. One self-element must be got rid of from our perception, and this will be changed. The one thing necessary is that in matters of thinking we will not admit anything that is not perfectly clear, palpable, and evident. On the mind the only conceivable demand is to seek for facts. The rock on which so many systems of philosophy have come to grief is the attempt to put moral principles into nature. Our only duty is to accept what we find. Man is no more the centre of the moral world than he is of the physical world. Then relegate the intellect to its right position of dealing with facts of arrangement. It can appreciate structure, and let it simply look on the world and report on it. We have to choose between metaphysics and space thought. In metaphysics we find lofty ideals, principles enthroned high in our souls, but which reduce the world to a fountain and ourselves to the lofty spectators of an arid solitude. On the other hand, if we follow Kant's advice, we use our means and find realities linked together, and in the physical interplay of forces and connection of structure we behold the relations between spirits, those dwelling in man and those above him. It is difficult to explain this next self-element that has to be removed from the block of cubes. It requires a little careful preparation. In fact, our language hardly affords us the means. But it is possible to approach indirectly and to detect the self-element by means of an analogy. If we suspect there be some condition affecting ourselves which make us perceive things not as they are but falsely, then it is possible to test the matter by making the supposition of other beings subject to certain conditions, and then examining what the effect on their experience would be of these conditions. Thus, if we make up the appearances which would present themselves to a being subject to a limitation or condition, we shall find that this limitation or condition, when unrecognized by him, presents itself as a general law of his outward world, or as properties and qualities of the objects external to him. He will, moreover, find certain operations possible, others impossible, and the boundary line between the possible and impossible will depend quite as much on the conditions under which he is as on the nature of the operations. And if we find that in our experience of the outward world there are analogous properties and qualities of matter, analogous possibilities and impossibilities, then it will show to us that we in our turn are under analogous limitations, and that what we perceive as the external world is both the external world and our own conditions. And the task before us will be to separate the two. Now the problem we take up here is this: to separate the self-elements from the true fact. To separate them not merely as an outward theory and intelligent apprehension, but to separate them in the consciousness itself, so that our power of perception is raised to a higher level. We find out that we are under limitations. Our next step is to so familiarize ourselves with the real aspect of things that we perceive like beings not under our limitations. Or more truly, we find that inward soul which itself not subject to these limitations is awakened to its own natural action when the verdicts conveyed to it through the senses are purged of the self-elements introduced by the senses. Everything depends on this: is there a native and spontaneous power of apprehension which springs into activity when we take the trouble to present to it a view from which the self-elements are eliminated. About this every one must judge for himself. But the process whereby this inner vision is called on is a definite one. And just as a human being placed in natural human relationships finds in himself a spontaneous motive towards the fulfillment of them, discovers in himself a being whose motives transcend the limits of bodily self-regard, so we should expect to find in our minds a power which is ready to apprehend a more absolute order of fact than that which comes through the senses. I do not mean a theoretical power. A theory is always about it, and about it only. I mean an inner view, a vision whereby the seeing mind as it were identifies itself with the thing seen. Not the tree of knowledge, but of the inner and vital sap which builds up the tree of knowledge. And if this point is settled, it will be of some use in answering the question, what are we? Are we then bodies only? This question has been answered in the negative by our instincts. Why should we despair of a rational answer? Let us adopt our space thought and develop it. The supposition which we must make is the following. Let us imagine a smooth surface like the surface of a table, but let the solid body at which we are looking be very thin, so that our surface is more like the surface of a thin sheet of metal than the top of a table. And let us imagine small particles like particles of dust to lie on the surface and to be attracted downward so that they keep on the surface. But let us suppose them to move freely over the surface. Let them never in their movements rise one over the other. Let them all singly and collectively be close to the surface. And let us suppose all sorts of attractions and repulsions between these atoms, and let them have all kinds of movements like the atoms of our matter have. Then there may be conceived a whole world and various kinds of beings as formed out of this matter. The peculiarity about this world and these beings would be that neither the inanimate nor the animate members of it would move away from the surface. Their movements would all lie in one plane, a plane parallel to and very near the surface on which they are. And if we suppose a vast mass to be formed out of these atoms and to lie like a great round disk on the surface, compact and covering closely together, then this great disk would afford a support for the smaller shapes which we may suppose to be animate beings. The smaller shapes would be attracted to the great disk, but would be arrested at its rim. They would tend to the center of the disk, but be unable to get nearer to the center than its rim. Thus, as we are attracted to the center of the earth, but walk on its surface, the beings on this disk would be attracted to its center, but walk on its rim. The force of attraction which they would feel would be the attraction of the disk. The other force of attraction acting perpendicularly to the plane which keeps them and all the matter of their world to the surface they would know nothing about. For they cannot move either towards this force or away from it, and the surface is quite smooth so that they feel no friction in their movement over it. Now let us realize clearly one of these beings as he proceeds along the rim of his world. Let us imagine him in the form of an outline of a human being with no thickness except that of the atoms of his world. As to the mode in which he walks, we must imagine that he proceeds by springs or hops, because there would be no room for his limbs to pass each other. Imagine a large disk on the table before you, and a being such as the one described proceeding round it. Let there be small movable particles surrounding him which move out of his way as he goes along, and let these serve him for respiration. Let them constitute an atmosphere. Forwards and backwards would be to such a being direction along the rim the direction in which he was proceeding, and its reverse. Then up and down would evidently be the direction away from the disk center and towards it. Thus backwards and forwards, up and down would both lie in the plane in which he was, and he would have no other liberty of movement except these. Thus the words right and left would have no meaning to him. All the directions in which he could move or could conceive movement possible would be exhausted when he had thought of the directions along the rim and at right angles to it, both in the plane. What he would call solid bodies would be groups of the atoms of his world covering together. Such a mass of atoms would, we know, have a slight thickness, namely the thickness of a single atom. But of this he would know nothing. He would say,
a solid body has two dimensions: height by how much it goes away from the rim, and thickness by how much it lies along the rim.
Thus a solid would be the two-dimensional body, and a solid would be bounded by lines. Lines would be all that he could see of a solid body. Thus one of the results of the limitations under which he exists would be that he would say,
there are only two dimensions in real things.
In order for his world to be permanent, we must suppose the surface on which he is to be very compact compared to the particles of his matter to be very rigid, and if he is not to observe it by the friction of matter moving on it to be very smooth. And if it is very compact with regard to his matter, the vibrations of the surface must have the effect of disturbing the portions of his matter, and of separating compound bodies up into simpler ones. Another consequence of the limitation under which this being lies would be the following. If we cut out from the corners of a piece of paper two triangles, a BC and a BC, and suppose them to be reduced to such a thinness that they are capable of being put onto the imaginary surface, and of being observed by the flat being like of the bodies known to him, he will, after studying the bounding lines which are all that he can see or touch, come to the conclusion that they are equal and similar in every respect, and he can conceive the one occupying the same space as the other occupies without its being altered in any way. If, however, instead of putting down these triangles into the surface on which the supposed being lies, as shown in Fig. 1, we first of all turn one of them over and then put them down, then the plane being has presented to him two triangles, as shown in Fig. 2. And if he studies these, he finds that they are equal in size and similar in every respect. But he cannot make the one occupy the same space as the other one. This will become evident if the triangles be moved about on the surface of the table. One will not lie on the same portion of the table that the other has marked out by lying on it. Hence the plane being by no means could make the one triangle in this case coincide with the space occupied by the other, nor would he be able to conceive the one as coincident with the other. The reason of this impossibility is not that the one cannot be made to coincide, but that before having been put down on his plane it has been turned round. It has been turned using a direction of motion which the plane being has never had any experience of, and which therefore he cannot use in his mental work any more than in his practical endeavours. Thus, owing to his limitations, there is a certain line of possibility which he cannot overstep. But this line does not correspond to what is actually possible and impossible. It corresponds to a certain condition affecting him, not affecting the triangle. His saying that it is impossible to make the two triangles coincide is an assertion not about the triangles but about himself. Now to return to our own world, no doubt there are many assertions which we make about the external world which are really assertions about ourselves. And we have a set of statements which are precisely similar to those which the plane being would make about his surroundings. Thus he would say there are only two independent directions, we say there are only three. He would say that solids are bounded by lines, we say that solids are bounded by planes. Moreover, there are figures about which we assert exactly the same kind of impossibility as his plane being did about the triangles in Fig. 2. We know certain shapes which are equal the one to the other, which are exactly similar, and yet which we cannot make fit into the same portion of space either practically or by imagination. If we look at our two hands we see this clearly, though the two hands are a complicated case of very common fact of shape. Now there is one way in which the right hand and the left hand may practically be brought into likeness. If we take the right hand glove and the left hand glove, they will not fit any more than the right hand will coincide with the left hand. But if we turn one glove inside out, then it will fit. Now to suppose the same thing done with the solid hand as is done with the glove when it is turned inside out, we must suppose it, so to speak, pull through itself. If the hand were inside the glove all the time the glove was being turned inside out, then, if such an operation were possible, the right hand would be turned into an exact model of the left hand. Such an operation is impossible. But curiously enough, there is a precisely similar operation which, if it were possible, would in a plane turn the one triangle in Fig. 2 into the exact copy of the other. Look at the triangle in Fig. 2 the BCs and imagine the pointer to move into the interior of the triangle and to pass through it, carrying after it the parts of the lines of B and C to which it is attached. We should have finally a triangle ABC which was quite like the other of the two triangles ABC in Fig. 2. Thus we know the operation which produces the result of the
pulling through
is not an impossible one when the plane being is concerned. Then may it not be that there is a way in which the results of the impossible operation of pulling a hand through could be performed? The question is an open one. Our feeling of it being impossible to produce this result in any way may be because it really is impossible, or it may be a useful bit of information about ourselves. Now at this point my special work comes in. If there be really a four-dimensional world and we are limited to a space or three-dimensional view, then either we are absolutely three-dimensional with no experience at all or capacity of apprehending four-dimensional facts, or we may be, as far as our outward experience goes, so limited, but we may really be four-dimensional beings whose consciousness is by certain undetermined conditions limited to a section of the real space. Thus we may really be like the plane beings mentioned above, or we may be in such a condition that our perceptions, not ourselves, are so limited. The question is one which calls for experiment. We know that if we take an animal such as a dog or cat, we can by careful training, and by using rewards and punishment, make them act in a certain way in certain defined cases in accordance with justice. We can produce a mechanical action. But the feeling of justice will not be aroused, it will be but a mere outward conformity. But a human being, if so trained and seeing others so acting, gets a feeling of justice. Now if we are really four-dimensional, by going through those acts which correspond to a four-dimensional experience so far as we can, we shall obtain an apprehension of four-dimensional existence, not with the outward eye but essentially with the mind. And after a number of years of experiment which were entirely nugatory, I can now lay it down as a verifiable fact that by taking the proper steps we can feel four-dimensional existence, that the human being somehow and in some way is not simply a three-dimensional being. In what way it is the province of science to discover. All that I shall do here is to put forward certain positions which in an arbitrary and forced manner give an outline of the relation of our body to four-dimensional existence, and show how in our minds we have faculties by which we recognize it. Chapter 7. Self-elements in our consciousness. It is often taken for granted that our consciousness of ourselves and of our own feelings has a sort of direct and absolute value. It is supposed to afford a testimony which does not require to be sifted like our consciousness of external events. But in reality it needs far more criticism to be applied to it than any other mode of apprehension. To a certain degree we can sift our experience of the external worlds and divide it into two portions. We can determine the self-elements and the realities. But with regard to our own nature and emotions, the discovery which makes a science possible has yet to be made. There are certain indications, however, springing from our observation of our own bodies which have a certain degree of interest. It is found that the processes of thought and feeling are connected with the brain. If the brain is disturbed, thoughts, sights and sounds come into the consciousness which have no objective cause in the external world. Hence we may conclusively say that the human being, whatever he is in contact with the brain, and through the brain with the body, and through the body with the external world. It is the structures and movements in the brain which the human being perceives. It is by a structure in the brain that he apprehends nature, not immediately. The most beautiful sights and sounds have no effect on a human being unless there is the faculty in the brain of taking them in and handing them on to the consciousness. Hence clearly it is the movement and structure of the minute portions of matter forming the brain which the consciousness perceives. And it is only by models and representations made in the stuff of the brain that the mind knows external changes. Now our brains are well furnished with models and representations of the facts and events of the external world. But a most important fact still requires its due weight to be laid upon it. These models and representations are made on a very minute scale. The particles of brain matter which form images and representations are beyond the power of the microscope in their minuteness. Hence the consciousness primarily apprehends the movements of matter of a degree of smallness which is beyond the power of observation in any other way. Hence we have a means of observing the movements of the minute portions of matter. Let us call those portions of the brain matter which are directly instrumental in making representations of the external world, let us call them brain molecules. Now these brain molecules are very minute portions of matter. Indeed, generally they are made to go through movements and form structures in such a way as to represent the movements and structures of the external world of masses around us. But it does not follow that the structures and movements which they perform of their own nature are identical with the movements of the portions of matter which we see around us in the world of matter. It may be that these brain molecules have the power of four-dimensional movement, and that they can go through four-dimensional movements and form four-dimensional structures. If so, there is a practical way of learning the movements of the very small particles of matter by observing not what we can see but what we can think. For suppose these small molecules of the brain were to build up structures and go through movements not in accordance with the rule of representing what goes on in the external world, but in accordance with their own activity, then they might go through four-dimensional movements and form four-dimensional structures. And these movements and structures would be apprehended by the consciousness along with the other movements and structures and would seem as real as the others, but would have no correspondence in the external world. They would be thoughts and imaginations, not observations of external facts. Now this field of investigation is one which requires to be worked at. At present it is only those structures and movements of the brain molecules which correspond to the realities of our three-dimensional space which are in general worked at consistently. But in the practical part of this book it will be found that by proper stimulus the brain molecules will arrange themselves in structures representing a four-dimensional existence. It only requires a certain amount of care to build up mental models of higher space existences. In fact, it is probably part of the difficulty of forming three-dimensional brain models that the brain molecules have to be limited in their own freedom of motion to the requirements of the limited space in which our practical daily life is carried on. It is remarkable how in science,
Explaining.
means the reference of the movements and tendencies to movement of the masses about us to the movements and tendencies to movement of the minute portions of matter. Thus the behavior of gaseous bodies, the pressure which they exert, the laws of their cooling and intermixture are explained by tracing the movements of the very minute particles of which they are composed. Chapter 8. Relation of lower to higher space. Theory of the At this point of our inquiries the best plan is to turn to the practical work and try if the faculty of thinking in higher space can be awakened in the mind. The general outline of the method is the same as that which has been described for getting rid of the limitation of up and down from a block of cubes. We supposed that the block was fixed, and to get the sense of what it would be when gravity acted in a different way with regard to it, we made a model of it as it would be under the new circumstances. We thought out the relations which would exist, and by practicing this new arrangement we gradually formed the direct apprehension. And so with higher space arrangements. We cannot put them up actually, but we can say how they would look and be to the touch from various sides. And we can put up the actual appearances of them not altogether, but as models succeeding one another, and by contemplation and active arrangement of these different views we call upon our inward power to manifest itself. In preparing our general plan of work it is necessary to make definite assumptions with regard to our world, our universe, or we may call it our space, in relation to the wider universe of four-dimensional space. What our relation to it may be is altogether undetermined. The real relationship will require a great deal of study to apprehend, and when apprehended will seem as natural to us as the position of the Earth among the other planets does to us now. But we have not got to wait for this exploration in order to commence our work of higher space thought, for we know definitely that whatever our real physical relationship to this wider universe may be, we are practically in exactly the same relationship to it as the creature we had supposed living on the surface of a smooth sheet is to the world of threefold space. And this relationship of a surface to a solid, or of a solid, as we conjecture, to a higher solid, is one which we often find in nature. A surface is nothing more nor less than the relation between two things. Two bodies touch each other. The surface is the relationship of one to the other. Again, we see the surface of water. Thus our solid existence may be the contact of two four-dimensional existences with each other, and just as sensation of touch is limited to the surface of the bodies, so sensation on a larger scale may be limited to the solid surface. And it is a fact worthy of notice that in the surface of a fluid different laws obtain from those which hold throughout the mass. There are a whole series of facts which are grouped together under the name of surface tensions, which are of great importance in physics, and by which the behavior of the surfaces of liquids is governed. And it may well be that the laws of our universe are the surface tensions of a higher universe. But these expressions, it is evident, afford us no practical basis for investigation. We must assume something more definite, and because more definite in the absence of details drawn from experience more arbitrary. and we will assume that the conditions under which we human beings are exactly resemble those under which the plane beings are placed which have been described. This forms the basis of our work, and the practical part of it consists in doing with regard to higher space that which a plane being would do with regard to our space in order to enable himself to realize what it was. If we imagine one of these limited creatures whose life is cramped and confined studying the facts of space existence, we find that he can do it in two ways. He can assume another direction in addition to those which he knows, and he can, by means of abstract reasoning, say what would take place in an ampler kind of space than his own. All this would be formal work. The conclusions would be abstract possibilities. The other mode of study is this. He can take some of these facts of his higher space and he can ponder over them in his mind and can make up in his plane world those different appearances which one and the same solid body would present to him, and then he may try to realize inwardly what his higher existence is. Now it is evident that if a creature is absolutely confined to a two-dimensional existence, then anything more than such existence will always be a mere abstract and formal consideration to him. But if this higher space thought becomes real to him, if he finds in his mind a possibility of rising to it, then indeed he knows that somehow he is not limited to his apparent world. Everything he sees and comes into contact with may be two-dimensional, but essentially somehow himself he is not two-dimensional merely. And a precisely similar piece of work is before us. Assuming, as we must, that our outer experience is limited to three-dimensional space, we shall make up the appearances which the very simplest higher bodies would present to us, and we shall gradually arrive at a more than merely formal and abstract appreciation of them. We shall discover in ourselves a faculty of apprehension of higher space similar to that which we have of space. And thus we shall discover each for himself that, limited as his senses are, he essentially somehow is not limited. The mode and method in which this consciousness will be made general is the same in which the spirit of an army is formed. The individuals enter into the service from various motives, but each and all have to go through those movements and actions which correspond to the unity of a whole formed out of different members. The inner apprehension which lies in each man of a participation in a life wider than that of his individual body is awakened and responds, and the active spirit of the army is formed. So with regard to higher space, this faculty of apprehending intuitively four-dimensional relationships will be taken up because of its practical use. Individuals will be practically employed to do it by society because of the larger faculty of thought which it gives. In fact, this higher space thought means as an affair of mental training simply the power of apprehending the results arising from four independent causes. It means the power of dealing with a greater number of details. And when this faculty of higher space thought has been formed, then the faculty of apprehending that higher existence in which men have part will come into being. It is necessary to guard here against there being ascribed to this higher space thought any other than an intellectual value. It has no moral value whatever. Its only connection with moral or ethical considerations is the possibility it will afford of recognizing more of the facts of the universe than we do now. There is a gradual process going on which may be described as the getting rid of self-elements. This process is one of knowledge and feelings, and either may be independent of the other. At present, in respect to feeling, we are much further on than in respect to understanding, and the reason is very much this: when a self-element has been got rid of in respect of feeling, the new apprehension is put into practice and we live it into our organization. But when a self-element has been got rid of intellectually, it is allowed to remain a matter of theory, not vitally entering into the mental structure of individuals. Thus up and down was discovered to be a self-element more than 1,000 years ago, but except as a matter of theory we are perfect barbarians in this respect up to the present day. We have supposed a being living in a plane world, that is, a being of a very small thickness in a direction perpendicular to the surface on which he is. Now if we are situated analogously with regard to an ampler space, there must be some element in our experience corresponding to each element in the plane being's experience. And it is interesting to ask in the case of the plane being what his opinion would be with respect to the surface on which he was. He would not recognize it as a surface with which he was in contact. He would have no idea of a motion away from it or towards it. But he would discover its existence by the fact that movements were transmitted along it. By its vibrating and quivering it would impart movement to the particles of matter lying on it. Hence he would consider this surface to be a medium lying between bodies and penetrating them. It would appear to him to have no weight but to be a powerful means of transmitting vibrations. Moreover, it would be unlike any other substance with which he was acquainted, inasmuch as he could never get rid of it. However perfect a vacuum be made, there would be in this vacuum just as much of this unknown medium as there was before. Moreover, the surface would not hinder the movement of the particles of matter over it. Being smooth, the matter would slide freely over it, and this would seem to him as if matter went freely through the medium. Then he would also notice the fact that vibrations of this medium would tear asunder portions of matter. The plane surface, being very compact compared to the masses of matter on it, would by its vibrations shape them into their component parts. Hence he would have a series of observations which tended to show that this medium was unlike any ordinary matter with which he was acquainted. Although matter passed freely through it, still by its shaking it could tear matter in pieces. These would be very difficult properties to reconcile in one and the same substance. Then it is weightless and it is everywhere. It might well be that he would regard this position of there being a plane surface on which he was as a preferable one to the hypothesis of this curious medium, and thus he might obtain a proof of his limitations from his observations. Now, is there anything in our experience which corresponds to this medium which the plane being gets to observe? Do we suppose the existence of any medium through which matter freely moves, which yet by its vibrations destroys the combinations of matter, some medium which is present in every vacuum, however perfect, which penetrates all bodies and yet can never be laid hold of? These are precisely observations which have been made. The substance which possesses all these qualities is called the "the," and the properties of the "the" are a perpetual object of investigation in science. Now, it is not the place here to go into details, as all we want is a basis for work, and however arbitrary it may be, it will serve if it enables us to investigate the properties of higher space. We will suppose then that we are not in, but on the "the," only not on it in any known direction, but that the new direction is that which comes in. The "the" is a smooth body along which we slide, being distant from it at every point about the thickness of an atom, or if we take our mean distance, being distant from it by half the thickness of an atom measured in this new direction. Then, just as in space, objects, a cube for instance, can stand on the surface of a table or on the surface over which the plane being moves, so on the can stand a higher solid. All that the plane being sees or touches of a cube is the square on which it rests. So all that we could see or touch of a higher solid would be that part by which it stood on the and this part would be to us exactly like any ordinary solid body. The base of a cube would be to the plane being like a square, which is to him an ordinary solid. Now, the two ways in which a plane being would apprehend his solid body would be by the successive appearances to him of it as it passed through his plane, and also by the different views of one and the same solid body which he got by turning the body over so that different parts of its surface come into contact with his plane. And the practical work of learning to think in four-dimensional space is to go through the appearances which one and the same higher solid has. Often in the course of investigation in nature we come across objects which have a certain similarity and yet which are in parts entirely different. The work of the mind consists in forming an idea of that whole in which they cohere and of which they are simple presentations. The work of forming an idea of a higher solid is the most simple and most definite of all such mental operations. If we imagine a plane world in which there are objects which correspond to our sun, to the planets, and in fact to all our visible universe, we must suppose a surface of enormous extent on which great disks slide, these disks being worlds of various orders of magnitude. These disks would some of them be central and hot like our sun, round them would circulate other disks like our planets. And the systems of sun and planets must be conceived as moving with great velocity over the surface which bears them all. And the movements of the atoms of these worlds will be the course of events in such worlds. As the atoms weave together and form bodies, altering, becoming, and ceasing, so will bodies be formed and disappear. And the plane which bears them all on its smooth surface will simply be a support to all these movements and influence them in no way. Is to be conscious of being hot the same thing as to be conscious of being hot? It is not the same. There is a standing outside and objectivation of a state of mind which every one would say in the first state was very different from the simple consciousness. But the consciousness must do as much in the first case as in the second. Hence the feeling hot is very different from the consciousness of feeling hot. A feeling which we always have, we should not be conscious of. A sound always present ceases to be heard. Hence consciousness is a concomitant of change, that is, of the contact between one state and another. If a being living on such a plane were to investigate the properties, he would have to suppose the solid to pass through his plane in order to see the whole of its surface. Thus we may imagine a cube resting on a table to begin to penetrate through the table. If the cube passes through the surface, making a clean cut all round it so that the plane being can come up to it and investigate it, then the different parts of the cube as it passes through the plane will be to him squares which he apprehends by the boundary lines. The cut which there is in his plane must be supposed not to be noticed. He must be able to go right up to the cube without hindrance, than to touch and see that thin slice of it which is just above the plane. And so, when we study a higher solid, we must suppose that it passes through the third, and that we only see that thin three-dimensional section of it which is just about to pass from one side to the other of the. When we look on a solid as a section of a higher solid, we have to suppose that the broken through only. We must suppose that it runs up to the edge of the body which is penetrating it, so that we are aware of no breach of continuity. The surface of the must then be supposed to have the properties of the surface of a fluid, only of course it is a solid three-dimensional surface, not a two-dimensional surface. Chapter 9. Another view of the material and ethereal bodies. We have supposed in the case of a plane world that the surface on which the movements take place is inactive except by its vibrations. It is simply the smooth support. For the sake of simplicity, let us call this smooth surface the. In the case of a plane world, the then we have imagined to be simply a smooth thin sheet, not possessed of any definite structure, but excited by real disturbances of the matter on it into vibrations which carry the effect of these disturbances as light and heat to other portions of matter. Now it is possible to take an entirely different view of the in the case of a plane world. Let us imagine that instead of the being a smooth sheet serving simply as a support, it is definitely marked and grooved. Let us imagine these grooves and channels to be very minute, but to be definite and permanent. Then let us suppose that instead of the matter which slides into the having attractions and repulsions of its own, that it is quite inert and has only the properties of inertia. That is to say, taking a disk or a plane world as a specimen, the whole disk is sliding on the in virtue of a certain momentum which it has, and certain portions of its matter fit into the grooves in the and move along those grooves. The size of the portions is determined by the size of the grooves. And let us call those portions of matter which occupy the breadth of a grooved atoms. Then it is evident that the disk sliding along over its atoms will move according to the arrangement of the grooves over which the disk slides. If the grooves at any one particular place come close together, there will be a condensation of matter at that place when the disk passes over it, and if the grooves separate, there will be a rarefaction of matter. If we imagine 5 particles each slipping along in its own groove, if the particles are arranged in the form of a regular pentagon and the grooves are parallel, then these 5 particles moving evenly on will maintain their positions with regard to one another, and a body would exist like a pentagon, lasting as long as the grooves remain parallel. But if after some distance had been traversed by the disk and these 5 particles were brought into a region where one of the grooves tended away from the others, the shape of the pentagon would be destroyed. It would become some irregular figure. And it is easy to see that if the grooves separated and other grooves came in amongst them along which other portions of matter were sliding, that the pentagon would disappear as an isolated body, that its constituent matter would be separated, and that its particles would enter into other shapes as constituents of them and not of the original pentagon. Thus, in cases of greater complication, an elaborate structure may be supposed to be formed to alter and to pass away, its origin, growth, and decay being due not to any independent motion of the particles constituting it, but to the movement of the disk, whereby its portions of matter were brought to regions where there was a particular disposition of the grooves. then the nature of the shape would really be determined by the grooves, not by the portions of matter which passed over them. They would become manifest as giving rise to a material form when a disk passed over them, but they would subsist independently of the disk, and if another disk were to pass over the same grooves, exactly the same material structures would spring up as came into being before. If we make a similar supposition about how the along which our Earth slides, we may conceive the movements of the particles of matter to be determined not by attractions or repulsions exerted on one another, but to be set in existence by the alterations in the directions of the grooves of the along which they are proceeding. If the grooves were all parallel, the Earth would proceed without any other motion than that of its path in the heavens. But with an alteration in the direction of the grooves, the particles, instead of proceeding uniformly with the mass of the Earth, would begin to move amongst each other. And by a sufficiently complicated arrangement of grooves, it may be supposed that all the movements of the forms we see around us are due to interweaving and variously disposed grooves. Thus the movements which any body goes through would depend on the arrangement of the viral grooves along which it was passing. As long as the grooves remain grouped together in approximately the same weight, it would maintain its existence as the same body, but when the grooves separated and became involved with the grooves of other objects, this body would cease to exist separately. Thus the separate existences of the Earth might conceivably be due to the disposition of those parts of the over which the Earth passed. And thus any object would have to be separated into two parts, one the thereof formed or modification which lasted, the other the material particles which, coming on with blind momentum, were directed into such movements as to produce the actual objects around us. In this way there would be two parts in any organism, the material part and the thereof part. There would be the material body, which soon passes and becomes indistinguishable from any other material body, and the thereof body which remains. Now, if we direct our attention to the material body, we see the phenomena of growth, decay, and death, the coming and the passing away of a living being isolated during his existence, absolutely merged at his death into the common storehouse of matter. But if we regard the thereof body, we find something different. We find an organism which is not so absolutely separated from the surrounding organisms, an organism which is part of the and which is linked to other thereof organisms by its very substance, an organism between which and others there exists a unity capable of being broken, and a common life which is rather marked than revealed by the matter which passes over it. The thereof body moreover remains permanently when the material body has passed away. The correspondences between the thereof body and the life of an organism, such as we note, is rather to be found in the emotional region than in the one of outward observation. To the thereof formed, all parts of it are equally one, but part of this form corresponds to the future of the material being, part of it to his past. Thus care for the future and regard for the past would be the way in which the material being would exhibit the unity of the thereof body, which is both his past, his present, and his future. That is to say, suppose the thereof body capable of receiving an injury in one part of it would correspond to an injury in a man's past, an injury in another part that which the material body was traversing would correspond to. An injury to the man at the present moment, injury to the thereof body at another part would correspond to injury coming to the man at some future time. And the self-preservation of the thereof body, supposing it to have such a motive, would in the last case be the motive of regarding his own future to the man. And inasmuch as the man felt the real unity of his thereof body, and did not confine his attention to his material body, which is absolutely disunited at every moment from its future and its past, inasmuch as he apprehended his thereof unity, insomuch would he care for his future welfare, and consider it as equal in importance to his present comfort. The correspondence between emotion and physical fact would be that the emotion of regard corresponded to and discerned thereof unity. And then also, just as the two tips of two fingers put down on a plane would seem to a plane being to be two completely different bodies not connected together, so one and the same thereof body might appear as two distinct material bodies, and any regard between the two would correspond to an apprehension of their thereof unity. In this position of a thereof body, it is not necessary to keep to the idea of the rigidity and permanence of the grooves defining the motion of the matter which, passing along, exhibits the material body. The thereof body may have a life of its own relations with other thereof bodies, and a life as full of vicissitudes as that of the material body, which in its total orbit expresses in the movements of matter one phase in the life of the thereof body. but there are certain obvious considerations which prevent any serious dwelling on these speculations. They are only introduced here in order to show how the conception of higher space lends itself to the representation of certain indefinite apprehensions, such as that of the essential unity of the race, and affords a possible clue to correspondences between the emotional and the physical life. The whole question of our relation to the has to be settled. That which we call the is far more probably the surface of a liquid and the phenomena we've observed due to surface tensions. Indeed, the physical questions concern us here nothing at all. It is easy enough to make some supposition which gives us a standing ground to discipline our higher space perception, and when that is trained we shall turn round and look at the facts. The conception which we shall form of the universe will undoubtedly be as different from our present one as the Copernican view differs from the more pleasant view of a wide and movable earth beneath a vast vault. Indeed, any conception of our place in the universe will be more agreeable than the thought of being on a spinning ball kicked into space without any means of communication with any other inhabitants of the universe. Chapter 10. Higher Space and Higher Being. Perception and Inspiration. In the instinctive and sense perception of man and nature there is all hidden which reflection afterwards brings into consciousness. We are conscious of somewhat higher than each individual man when we look at men. In some this consciousness reaches an extreme pitch and becomes a religious apprehension. But in none is it otherwise than instinctive. The apprehension is sufficiently definite to be certain, but it is not expressible to us in terms of the reason. Now that I have shown that by using the conception of higher space it is easy enough to make a supposition which shall show all mankind as physical parts of one whole, our apparent isolation as bodies from each other is by no means so necessary to assume as it would appear. But of course a supposition of that kind is of no value except as showing a possibility. If we came to examine into the matter closely, we should find a natural relationship which accounted for our consciousness being limited as at present it is. The first thing to be done is to organize our higher space perception and then look. We cannot tell what external objects will blend together into the unity of a higher being. But just as the riddle of the two hands becomes clear to us from our first inspection of higher space, so will there grow before our eyes greater unities and greater surprises. We have been subject to a limitation of the most absurd character. Let us open our eyes and see the facts. Now it requires some training to open the eyes. For many years I worked at the subject without the slightest success. All was mere formalism. But by adopting the simplest means and by a more thorough knowledge of space the whole flashed clear. Space shapes can only be symbolical of four-dimensional shapes, and if we do not deal with space shapes directly but only treat them by symbols on the plane as in analytical geometry, we are trying to get a perception of higher space through symbols of symbols, and the task is hopeless. But a direct study of space leads us to the knowledge of higher space. And with the knowledge of higher space there come into our ken boundless possibilities. All those things may be real whereof saints and philosophers have dreamed. Looking on the fact of life, it has become clear to the human mind that justice, truth, purity are to be sought, that they are principles which it is well to serve. And men have invented an abstract devotion to these, and all comes together in the grand but vague conception of duty. But all these thoughts are to those which spring up before us as the shadow on a bank of clouds of a great mountain is to the mountain itself. On the piled-up clouds falls the shadow, vast, imposing, but dark, colourless. If the beholder but turns, he beholds the mountain itself towering grandly with verdant pines, the snow-lined, and the awful peaks. So all these conceptions are the way in which now with vision confined we apprehend the great existences of the universe. Instead of an abstraction, what we have to serve is a reality to which even our real things are but shadows. We are parts of a great being in whose service and with whose love the utmost demands of duties are satisfied. How can it not be a struggle when the claims of righteousness mean diminished life, even death to the individual who strives? And yet to a clear and more rational view it will be seen that in his extinction and loss that which he loves, that real being which is to him shadowed forth in the present existence of wife and child, that being lives more truly, and in its life those he loves are his forever. But of course there are mistakes in what we consider to be our duty as in everything else, and this is an additional reason for pursuing the quest of this reality. For by the rational observance of other material bodies than our own, we come to the conclusion that there are other beings around us like ourselves whom we apprehend in virtue of two processes, the one simply a sense one of observation and reflection, the other a process of direct apprehension. Now if we did not go through the sense process of observation, we might, it is true, know that there were other human beings around us in some subtle way, in some mesmeric feeling, but we should not have that organized human life which, dealing with the things of the world, grows into such complicated forms. We should forever be good-humored babies, a sense-used, affectionate kind of jellyfish. And just so now with reference to the high intelligences by whom we are surrounded. We feel them, but we do not realize them. To realize them, it will be necessary to develop our power of perception. The power of seeing with our body eye is limited to the three-dimensional section. But I have shown that the inner eye is not thus limited, that we can organize our power of seeing in higher space, and that we can form conceptions of realities in this higher space just as we can in our ordinary space. And this affords the groundwork for the perception and study of these other beings than man. Just as some mechanical means are necessary for the apprehension of our fellows in space, so a certain amount of mechanical education is necessary for the perception of higher beings in higher space. Let us turn the current of our thought right round. Instead of seeking after abstractions and connecting our observations by ideas, let us train our sense of higher space and build up conceptions of greater realities, more absolute existences. It is really a waste of time to write or read more generalities. Here is the grammar of the knowledge of higher being. Let us learn it, not spend time in speculating as to whither it will lead us. Yet one thing more. We ought, with reference to the higher things of life, like blind and puzzled children. We know that we are members of one body, limbs of one vine, but we cannot discern except by instinct and feeling what that body is to what the vine is. If to know it would take away our feeling, then it will well never to know it. But fuller knowledge of other human beings does not take away our love for them. What reason is there then to suppose that a knowledge of the higher existences would deaden our feelings? And then again, we each of us have a feeling that we ourselves have a right to exist. We demand our own perpetuation. No man, I believe, is capable of sacrificing his life to any abstract idea. In all cases, it is the consciousness of contact with some being that enables him to make the last human sacrifice. And what we can do by this study of higher space is to make this consciousness, which has been reserved for a few, the property of all. Do we not all feel that there is a limit to our devotion to abstractions, none to beings whom we love? And to love them we must know them. Then just as our own individual life is empty and meaningless without those we love, so the life of the human race is empty and meaningless without a knowledge of those that surround it. And although to some an inner knowledge of the oneness of all men is vouchsafed, it remains to be demonstrated to the many. The perpetual struggle between individual interests and the common good can only be solved by merging both impulses in a love towards one being whose life lies in the fulfillment of each. And this search, it seems to me, affords the needful supplement to the inquiries of one with whose thought I have been very familiar, and to which I return again after having abandoned it for the purely materialistic views which seem forced upon us by the facts of science. All that he said seemed to me unsupported by fact, unrelated to what we know. But when I found that my knowledge was merely an empty pretense, that it was the vanity of being able to predict and foretell that stood to me in the place of an absolute apprehension of fact, when all my intellectual possessions turned to nothingness, then I was forced into that simple quest for fact which, when persisted in and lived in, opens out to the thoughts like a flower to the life-giving sun. It is indeed a far safer course to believe that which appeals to us as noble than simply to ask what is true, to take that which great minds have given than to demand that our puny ones should be satisfied. But I suppose there is some good to someone in the skepticism and struggle of those who cannot follow in the safer course. The thoughts of the inquirer to whom I allude may roughly be stated thus. He saw in human life the working out of a great process. In the toil and strain of our human history he saw the becoming of man. There is a defect whereby we fall short of the true measure of our being, and that defect is made good in the course of history. It is owing to that defect that we perceive evil, and in the perception of evil and suffering lies our healing, for we shall be forced into that path at last after trying every other which is the true one. And this, the history of the redemption of man, is what he saw in all the scenes of life. Each most trivial occurrence was great and significant in relation to this. And further, he put forward a definite statement with regard to this defect, this lack of true being, for it lay, he said, in the self-centeredness of our emotions, in the limitation of them to our bodily selves. He looked for a time when, driven from all thoughts of our own pain or pleasure, good or evil, we should say, in view of the miseries of our fellow creatures, let me be anyhow, use my body and my mind in any way so that I serve. And this, it seems to me, is the true aspiration, for just as a note of music flings itself into the march of the melody, and losing itself in it is used for it and lost as a separate being, so we should throw these lives of ours as freely into the service of whom? Here comes the difficulty. Let it be granted that we should have no self-right to limit our service in no way, still the question comes, what shall we serve? It is far happier to have some concrete object to which we are devoted, or to be bound up in the ceaseless round of active life, wherein each day presents so many necessities that we have no room for choice. But besides and apart from all these, there comes to some the question,
what does it all mean?
to others an unlovable and gloomy aspect is presented, wherein their life seems to be but used as a material worthless in itself and ungifted with any dignity or honour, while to others again, with the love of those they love, comes a cessation of all personal interest in life, and a disappointment and feeling of valuelessness. And in all these cases some answer is needed. And here human duty ceases. We cannot make objects to love. We can make machines and works of art, but nothing which directly excites our love. To give us that which rouses our love is the duty of one higher than ourselves. And yet, in one respect, we have a duty we must look. What good would it be to surround us with objects of loving interest if we bury our regards in ourselves and will not see? And does it not seem as if with lowered eyelids till only the thinnest slit was opened we gazed persistently not on what is but on the thinnest conceivable section of it? Let it be granted that our right attitude is so to devote ourselves that there is no question as to what we will do or what we will not do, but we are perfectly obedient servants. The question is, whom are we to serve? It cannot be each individual, for their claims are conflicting, and as often as not there is more need of a master than of a servant. Moreover, the aspect of our fellows does not always excite love, which is the only possible inducer of the right attitude of service. If we do not love, we can only serve for a self-motive because it is in some way good for ourselves. Thus it seems to me that we are reduced to this: our only duty is to look for that which it is given us to love. But this looking is not mere gazing. To know, we must act. Let anyone try it. He will find that unless he goes through a series of actions corresponding to his knowledge, he gets merely a theoretic and outside view of any facts. The way to know is this: get somehow a means of telling what your perceptions would be if you knew, and act in accordance with those perceptions. Thus, with regard to a fellow creature, if we knew him, we should feel what his feelings are. Let us then learn his feelings and act as if we had them. It is by the practical work of satisfying his needs that we get to know him. Then maybe we love him, or perchance it is said we may find that through him we have been brought into contact with one greater than him. This is our duty, to know not merely theoretically but practically, and then when we know we have done our part, if there is nothing we cannot supply it. All we have to do is to look for realities. We must not take this view of education that we are horribly pressed for time and must learn somehow the knack of saying how things must be without looking at them. But rather we must say that we have a long time, all our lives, in which we will press facts closer and closer to our minds, and we begin by learning the simplest. There is an idea in that home of our inspiration, the fact that there are certain mechanical processes by which men can acquire merit. This is perfectly true. It is by mechanical processes that we become different, and the science of education consists largely in systematizing these processes. Then, just as space perceptions are necessary for the knowledge of our fellow men and enable us to enter into human relationships with them in all the organized variety of civilized life, so it is necessary to develop our perceptions of higher space so that we can apprehend with our minds the relationship which we have to beings higher than ourselves and bring our instinctive knowledge into clearer consciousness. It appears to me self-evident that in the particular disposition of any portion of matter, that is, to any physical action, there can be neither right nor wrong. The thing done is perfectly indifferent. At the same time, it is only in things done that we come into relationship with the beings about us and higher than us. Consequently, in the things we do lies the whole importance of our lives. Now many of our impulses are directly signs of a relationship in us to a being of which we are not immediately conscious. The feeling of love, for instance, is always directed towards a particular individual, but by love man tends towards the preservation and improvement of his race. Thus in the commonest and most universal impulses lie his relations to higher beings than the individuals by whom he is surrounded. Now, along with these impulses are many instincts of a modifying tendency, and being altogether in the dark as to the nature of the higher beings to whom we are related, it is difficult to say in what the service of the higher beings consists, in what it does not. Their only way is, as in every other pre-rational department of life, to take the verdict of those with the most insight and inspiration. And any striving against such verdicts and discontent with them should be turned into energy towards finding out exactly what relation we have towards these higher beings by the study of space. Human life at present is an art constructed in its regulations and rules on the inspirations of those who love the undiscerned higher beings of which we are a part. They love these higher beings and know their service. But our perceptions are coarser, and it is only by labour and toil that we shall be brought also to seed, and then lose the restraints that now are necessary to us in the fullness of love. Exactly what relationship there is towards us on the part of these higher beings we cannot say in the least. We cannot even say whether there is more than humanity before the highest, and any conception which we form now must use the human drama as its only possible mode of presentation. But that there is such a relation seems clear, and the ludicrous manner in which our perceptions have been limited is a sufficient explanation of why they have not been scientifically apprehended. The mode in which an apprehension of these higher beings or being is at present secured is as follows, and it bears a striking analogy to the mode by which the self is cut out of a block of cubes. When we study a block of cubes, we first of all learn it by starting from a particular cube and learning how all the others come with regard to that. All the others are right or left, up or down, near or far with regard to that particular cube. And the line of cubes starting from this first one, which we take as the direction in which we look, is as it were an axis about which the rest of the cubes are grouped. We learn the block with regard to this axis so that we can mentally conceive the disposition of every cube as it comes regarded from one point of view. Next we suppose ourselves to be in another cube at the extremity of another axis, and looking from this axis we learn the aspects of all the cubes, and so on. Thus we impress on the feeling what the block of cubes is like from every axis. In this way we get a knowledge of the block of cubes. Now, to get a knowledge of humanity we must feel with many individuals. Each individual is an axis as it were, and we must regard human beings from many different axes. And as in learning the block of cubes, muscular action as used in putting up the block of cubes is the means by which we impress on the feeling the different views of the blocks, so with regard to humanity it is by acting with regard to the view of each individual that a knowledge is obtained. That is to say that besides sympathizing with each individual we must act with regard to his view, and acting so we shall feel his view and thus get to know humanity from more than one axis. Thus there springs up a feeling of humanity and of more. Those who feel superficially with a great many people are like those learners who have a slight acquaintance with a block of cubes from many points of view. Those who have some deep attachments are like those who know them well from one or two points of view. Thus there are two definite paths, one by which the instinctive feeling is called out and developed, the other by which we gain the faculty of rationally apprehending and learning the higher beings. In the one way it is by the exercise of a sympathetic and active life, in the other by the study of higher space. Both should be followed, but the latter way is more accessible to those who are not good. For we, at any rate, have the industry to go through mechanical operations and know that we need something. And after all, perhaps the difference between the good and the rest of us lies rather in the former being aware. There is something outside them which draws them to it, which they see while we do not. There is no reason, however, why this knowledge should not become demonstrable fact. Surely it is only by becoming demonstrable fact that the errors which have been necessarily introduced into it by human weakness will fall away from it. The rational knowledge will not replace feeling, but will form the vehicle by which the facts will be presented to our consciousness. just as we learn to know our fellows by watching their deeds, but it is something beyond the mere power of observing them that makes us regard them so. The higher existences need to be known, and when known, then there is a chance that in the depths of our nature they will awaken feelings towards them like the natural response of one human being to another. And when we reflect on what surrounds us, when we think that the beauty of fruit and flower, the blue depths of the sky, the majesty of rock and ocean, all these are but the chance and arbitrary view which we have of true being, then we can imagine somewhat of the glories that await our coming. Are set out in exquisite loveliness are all the budding trees and hedgerows on a spring day from here, where they almost sing to us in their nearness to where in the distance they stand up delicately distant and distinct in the amethyst ocean of the air. And there, quiet and stately, revolve the slow-moving sun and the stars of the night. All these are the fragmentary views which we have of great beings to whom we are related, to whom we are linked, did we but realize it by a bond of love and service and close connections of mutual helpfulness. Just as here and there on the face of a woman sits the divine spirit of beauty, so that all cannot but love who looks so, presenting itself to us in all this mingled scene of air and ocean, plain and mountain, is a being of such loveliness that did we but know with one accord in one stream, all our hearts would be carried in a perfect and willing service. It is not that we need to be made different, we have but to look and gaze and see that centre whereunto with joyful love all created beings move. But not with effortless wonder will our days be filled, but in toil and strong exertion, for just as now we all labour and strive for an object, our service is bound up with things which we do, so then we find no rest from labour, but the sense of solitude and isolation is gone. The bonds of brotherhood with our fellow men grow strong, for we know one common purpose. And through the exquisite face of nature shines the spiritual light that gives us a great and never-failing comrade. Our task is a simple one, to lift from our mind that veil which somehow has fallen on us, to take that curious limitation from our perception which at present is only transcended by inspiration. And the means to do it is by throwing aside our reason, by giving up the idea that what we think or are has any value. We too often sit as judges of nature when all we can be are her humble learners. We have but to drink in of the inexhaustible fullness of being, pressing it close into our minds and letting our pride of being able to foretell vanish into dust. There is a curious passage in the works of Immanuel Kant in which he shows that space must be in the mind before we can observe things in space.
For
He says,
since everything we conceive is conceived as being in space, there is nothing which comes before our minds from which the idea of space can be derived. It is equally present in the most rudimentary perception and the most complete.
Hence he says that space belongs to the perceiving soul itself. Without going into this argument to abstract regions, it is a great amount of practical truth. All our perceptions are of things in space. We cannot think of any detail, however limited or isolated, which is not in space. The idea of space can
Nicht aus den Verhältnissen der äußeren Erscheinung der Erfahrung erbohrt sein, sondern dies außer Erfahrung ist nur durch Vorstellung alles möglich.
Hence, in order to exercise our perceptive powers, it is well to have prepared beforehand a strong apprehension of space and space relations. And so, as we pass on, is it not easily conceivable that with our power of higher space perception so rudimentary and so unorganized, we should find it impossible to perceive higher existences? That mode of perception which it belongs to us to exercise is wanting. What wonder, then, that we cannot see the objects which are ready were but our own? Part done. Think how much has come into human life through exercising the power of the three-dimensional space perception, and we can form some measure in a faint weight of what is in store for us. There is a certain reluctance in us in bringing anything which before has been a matter of feeling within the domain of conscious reason. We do not like to explain why the grass is green, flowers bright, and above all why we have the feelings which we pass through. But this objection and instinctive reluctance is chiefly derived from the fact that explaining has got to mean explaining away. We so often think that a thing is explained when it can be shown simply to be another form of something which we know already. And in fact the wearied mind often does long to have a phenomenon shown to be merely a deduction from certain known laws. But explanation proper is not of this kind. It is introducing into the mind the new conception which is indicated by the phenomenon already present. Nature consists of many entities towards the apprehension of which we strive. If for a time we break down the bounds which we have set up and unify vast fields of observation under one common law, it is that the conceptions we formed at first are inadequate and must be replaced by greater ones. But it is always the case that to understand nature the conception must be formed in the mind. This process of growth in the mental history is hidden, but it is the really important one. The new conception satisfies more facts than the old ones, is truer phenomenally, and the arguments for it are its simplicity, its power of accounting for many facts. But the conception is to be formed first. And the real history of advance lies in the growth of the new conceptions which every now and then come to light. When the weather-wise savage looked at the sky at night, he saw many specks of yellow light, like fireflies sprinkled amidst whitish fleece, and sometimes the fleece remained, the fire spots went, and rain came, sometimes the fire spots remained, and the night was fine. He did not see that the fire points were ever the same, the clouds different, but by feeling dimly, he knew enough for his purpose. But when the thinking mind turned itself on these appearances, there sprang up, not all at once but gradually, the knowledge of the sublime existences of the distant heavens, and all the lore of the marvellous forms of water, of earth, and the movements of the earth. Surely these realities, in which lies a wealth of embodied poetry, are well worth the delighted sensuous apprehension of the savage as he gazed. Perhaps something is lost, but in the realities of which we know there is compensation. And so when we learn to understand the meaning of these mysterious changes, this course of natural events, we shall find in the greater realities amongst which we move a fair exchange for the instinctive reverence which they now awaken in us. In this book the task is taken up of forming the most simple and elementary of the great conceptions that are about us. In the works of the poets, and still more in the pages of religious thinkers, lies an untold wealth of conceptions, the organization of which in our everyday intellectual life is the work of the practical educator. But none is capable of such simple demonstration and absolute presentation as this of higher space, and none so immediately opens our eyes to see the world as a different place. And indeed it is very instructive, for when a new conception is formed, it is found to be quite simple and natural. We ask ourselves what we have gained, and we answer nothing. We have simply removed an obvious limitation. And this is universally true. It is not that we must rise to the higher by a long and laborious process. We may have a long and laborious process to go through, but when we find the higher, it is this we discover our true selves, our essential being, the fact of our lives. In this case we pass from the ridiculous limitation to which our eyes and hands seem to be subject of acting in a mere section of space to the fuller knowledge and feeling of space as it is. How do we pass to this truer intellectual life? Simply by observing, by laying aside our intellectual powers, and by looking at what is. We take that which is easiest to observe, not that which is easiest to define. We take that which is the most definitely limited real thing, and use it as our touchstone whereby to explore nature. As it seems to me, Kant made the great and fundamental statement in philosophy when he exploded all previous systems, and all physics were reft from off the perceiving soul. But what he did once and for all was too great to be the practical means of intellectual work. The dynamic form of his absolute insight had to be found, and it is in other works that the practical instances of the Kantian method are to be found. But instead of looking at the large foundations of knowledge, the ultimate principles of experience, late writers turned to the details of experience and tested every phenomenon not with the question, what is this? But with the question,
What makes me perceive this?
And surely the question, as so put, is more capable of an answer, for it is only the percipience as a subject of thought about which we can speak. The absolute soul, since it is the thinker, can never be the subject of thought, but as physically conditioned it can be thought about. Thus we can never, without committing a ludicrous error, think of the mind of man except as a material organ of some kind, and the path of discovery lies in investigating what the devious line of his thought history is due to, which winds between two domains of physics, the unknown conditions which affect the perceiver, the partially known physics which constitute what we call the external world. It is a pity to spend time over these reflections if they do not seem tame and poor compared to the practical apprehension which comes of working with the models. Then there is nothing in the whole subject. If in the little real objects which the reader has to handle and observe does not lie to him a poetry of a higher kind than any expressed thought, then all these words are not only useless but false. If on the other hand there is true work to be done with them, then these suggestions will be felt to be but mean and insufficient apprehensions. For in the simplest apprehension of a higher space lies a knowledge of a reality which is to the realities we know to spirit is to matter, and yet to this new vision all our solid facts and material conditions are but as a shadow is to that which casts it. In the awakening light of this new apprehension the flimsy world quivers and shakes, rigid solids flow and mingle, all our material limitations turn into graciousness, and the new field of possibility waits for us to look and behold. Chapter Roman 11. Space, the scientific basis of all truism and religion. The reader will doubtless ask for some definite result corresponding to these words, something not of the nature of an hypothesis, or it might be, and in that I can only satisfy him after my own powers. My only strength is in detail and patience, and if he will go through the practical part of the book, it will assuredly dawn upon him that here is the beginning of an answer to his request. I only study the blocks and stones of the higher life, but here they are definite enough, and the more eager he is for personal and spiritual truth, the more eagerly do I urge him to take up the practical work, for the true good comes to us through those who, aspiring greatly, still submit their aspirations to fact, and who, desiring to apprehend spirit, still are willing to manipulate matter. The particular problem at which I have worked for more than 10 years has been completely solved. It is possible for the mind to acquire a conception of higher space as adequate as that of our three-dimensional space, and to use it in the same manner. There are two distinct ways of studying space, our familiar space at present in use. One is that of the analyst who treats space relations by his algebra and discovers marvelous relations. The other is that of the observable mechanician who studies the shapes of things in space directly. A practical designer of machines would not find the knowledge of geometrical analysis of immediate help to him, and an artist or draftsman still less so. Now my inquiry was whether it was possible to get the same power of conception of four-dimensional space as the designer and draftsman have of three-dimensional space. It is possible, and with this power it is possible for us to design machines in higher space and to conceive objects in this space just as a draftsman or artist does. Analytical skill is not of much use in designing a statue or inventing a machine, or in appreciating the detail of either a work of art or a mechanical contrivance. And hitherto the study of four-dimensional space has been conducted by analysis. Here for the first time the fact of the power of conception of four-dimensional space is demonstrated, and the means of educating it are given. And I propose a complete system of work, of which the volume on four space is the first installment.
Science Romance.
No. By H. Hinton. Published by Swanson and Sheen and Co. I shall bring forward a complete system of four-dimensional thought, mechanics, science and art. The necessary condition is that the mind acquire the power of using four-dimensional space as it now does three-dimensional. And there is another condition which is no less important. We can never see, for instance, four-dimensional pictures with our body eyes, but we can with our mental and inner eye. The condition is that we should acquire the power of mentally carrying a great number of details. If, for instance, we could think of the human body right down to every minute part in its right position and conceive its aspect, we should have a four-dimensional picture which is a solid structure. Now to do this we must form the habit of mental painting, that is, to put in definite colours in definite positions, not with our hands on paper but with our minds in thought, so that we can recall, alter and view complicated arrangements of colour existing in thought with the same ease with which we can paint on canvas. This is simply an affair of industry, and the mental power latent in us in this direction is simply marvellous. In any picture, the stroke of the brush put on without thought is valueless. The artist is not conscious of the thought process he goes through. For our purpose it is necessary that the manipulation of colour and form which the artist goes through unconsciously should become a conscious power, and that, at whatever sacrifice of immediate beauty, the art of mental painting should exist beside our more unconscious art. All that I mean is this, that in the course of our campaign it is necessary to take up the task of learning pictures by heart, so that just as an artist thinks over the outlines of a figure he wants to draw, so we think over each stroke in our pictures. The means by which this can be done will be given in a future volume. We throw ourselves on an enterprise in which we have to leave altogether the direct presentation to the senses. We must acquire a sense perception and memory of so keen and accurate a kind that we can build up mental pictures of greater complexity than any which we can see. We have a vast work of organization, but it is merely organization. The power really exists and shows itself when it is looked for. Much fault may be found with the system of organization which I have adopted, but it is the survivor of many attempts, and although I could better it in parts, still I think it is best to use it until the full importance of the subject being realized. It will be the lifework of men of science to reorganize the methods. The one thing on which I must insist is this, that knowledge is of no value, it does not exist unless it comes into the mind. To know that a thing must be is no use at all. It must be clearly realized and in detail as it is before it can be used. A whole world swims before us, the apprehension of which simply demands a patient cultivation of our powers, and then, when the faculty is formed, we shall recognize what the universe in which we are is like. We shall learn about ourselves and pass into a new domain. And I would speak to some minds who, like myself, share to a large extent the feeling of unsettledness and unfixedness of our present knowledge. Religion has suffered in some respects from the inaccuracy of its statements, and it is not always seen that it consists of two parts: one a set of rules as to the management of our relations to the physical world about us and to our own bodies, another a set of rules as to our relationship to beings higher than ourselves. Now, on the former of these subjects, on physical facts, on the laws of health, science has a fair standing ground of criticism, and can correct the religious doctrines in many important respects. But on the other part of the subject matter, as to our relationship to beings higher than ourselves, science has not yet the materials for judging. The proposition which underlies this book is that we should begin to acquire the faculties for judging. To judge, we must first appreciate, and how far we are from appreciating with science the fundamental religious doctrines, I leave to any one to judge. There is absolutely no scientific basis for morality, using morality in the higher sense other than a code of rules to promote the greatest physical and mental health and growth of a human being. Science does not give us any information which is not equally acceptable to the most selfish and most generous man. It simply tells him of means by which he may attain his own ends. It does not show him ends. The prosecution of science is an ennobling pursuit, but it is of scientific knowledge that I am now speaking in itself. We have no scientific knowledge of any existences higher than ourselves, at least not recognized as higher. But we have abundant knowledge of the actions of beings less developed than ourselves, from the striking unanimity with which all inorganic beings tend to move towards the earth's center to the almost equally uniform modes of response in elementary organized matter to different stimuli. The question may be put, in what way do we come into contact with these higher beings at present? And evidently the answer is in those ways in which we tend to form organic unions in which the activities of individuals coalesce in a living way. The coherence of a military empire or of a subjugated population presenting no natural nucleus of growth is not one through which we should hope to grow into direct contact with our higher destinies. But in friendship, in voluntary associations, and above all in the family, we tend towards our greater life. And it seems that the instincts of women are much more relative to this, the most fundamental and important side of life, than are those of men. In fact, until we know the line of advance had better be left to the feeling of women as they organize the home and the social life spreading out therefrom. It is difficult perhaps for a man to be still and perceive, but if he is so, he finds that what when thwarted the meaningless caprices and empty emotionalities are on the part of woman, when allowed to grow freely and unchecked, the first beginnings of a new life, the shadowy filaments as it were by which an organism begins to coagulate together from the medium in which it makes its appearance. In very many respects men have to make the conditions and then learn to recognize. How can we see the higher beings about us when we cannot even conceive the simplest higher shapes? We may talk about space and use big words, but after all the preferable way of putting our efforts is this: let us look first at the simplest facts of higher existence, and then when we have learnt to realize these we shall be able to see what the world presents. And then also light will be thrown on the constituent organisms of our own bodies when we see in the thorough development of our social life a relation between ourselves and a larger organism similar to that which exists between us and the minute constituents of our frame. The problem as it comes to meet is this: it is clearly demonstrated that self-regard is to be put on one side, and self-regard in every respect. Not only should things painful and arduous be done, but things degrading and vile, so that they serve. And to sign any list of any number of deeds which the most foul imagination can suggest as things which I would do did the occasion come when I could benefit another by doing them, and in fact there is to be no characteristic in any action which I would shrink from did the occasion come when it presented itself to be done for another's sake. And I believe that the soul is absolutely unstained by the action, provided the regard is for another. But this is in truth the dangerous doctrine. At one sweep it puts away all absolute commandments, all absolute verdicts of right about things, and leaves the agent to his own judgment. It is a kind of rule of life which requires most absolute openness, and demands that society should frame severe and insuperable regulations, for otherwise, with the motives of the individual thus liberated from absolute law, the endless varieties of conduct would spring forth, and the wisdom of individual men is hardly enough to justify their responsible action. Still, it does seem that, as an ideal, the absolute absence of self-regard is to be aimed at. With a strong religious basis this would work no harm, for the rules of life as laid down by religions would suffice. But there are many who do not accept these rules as any absolute indication of the will of God, but only as the regulations of good men which have a claim to respect and nothing more. And thus it seems to me that altruism, thoroughgoing altruism, hands over those who regard it as an ideal, and who are also of a sceptical turn of mind, to the most absolute unfixedness of theory, and very possibly to the greatest errors in life. And here we come to the point where the study of space becomes so important. For if this rule of altruism is the right one, if it appeals with a great invitation to us, we need not therefore try it with less precaution than we should use in other affairs of infinitely less importance. When we want to know if a plank will bear, we entrust it with a different load from that of a human body. And if this law of altruism is the true one, let us try it where failure will not mean the ruin of human beings. Now, in knowledge, pure altruism means so to bury the mind in a thing known that all particular relations of one's self pass away. The altruistic knowledge of the heavens would be to feel that the stars were vast bodies, and that I am moving rapidly. It would be to know this not as a matter of theory, but as a matter of habitual feeling. Whether this is possible I do not know, but a somewhat similar attempt can be made with much simpler means. In a different place I have described the process of acquiring an altruistic knowledge of a block of cubes, and the results of the laborious processes involved are well worth the trouble. For as a clearly demonstrable fact this comes before one. To acquire an absolute knowledge of a block of cubes so that all self-relations are cast out means that one has to take the view of a higher being. It suddenly comes before one that the particular relations which are so fixed and important, and seem so absolutely sure when one begins the process of learning, are by no means absolute facts, but marks of a singular limitation, almost a degradation, on one's own part. In the determined attempt to know the most insignificant object perfectly and thoroughly, there flashes before one's eyes an existence infinitely higher than one's own. And with that vision there comes, I do not speak from my own experience only, the conviction that our existence also is not what we suppose that this bodily self of ours is but a limit to. And the question of altruism as against self-regard seems almost to vanish, for by altruism we come to know what we truly are.
What we truly are.
I do not mean apart from space and matter, but what we really are as beings having a space existence, for our way of thinking about existence is to conceive it as the relations of bodies in space. To think is to conceive realities in space. Just as to explore the distant stars of the heavens a particular material arrangement is necessary which we call a telescope, so to explore the nature of the beings who are higher than us a mental arrangement is necessary. We must prepare our power of thinking as we prepare a more extended power of looking. We want a structure developed inside the skull for the one purpose, while an exterior telescope will do for the other. And thus it seems that the difficulties which we first apprehended fall away. To us looking with half-blinded eyes at merely our own little slice of existence, our film in all, it seemed that altruism meant disorder, vagary, danger. But when we put it into practice in knowledge, we find that it means the direct revelation of a higher being, and a call to us to participate ourselves too in a higher life. Nay, to consciousness comes that we are higher than we know. And so with our moral life as with our intellectual life. Is it not the case that those who truly accept the rule of all truths learn life in new dangerous ways? It is true that we must give up the precepts of religion as being the will of God, but then we shall learn that the will of God shows itself partly in the religious precepts and comes to be more fully and more plainly known as an inward spirit. And that difficulty too about what we may do and what we may not vanishes also. For if it is the same about our fellow creatures as it is about the block of cubes, when we have thrown out the self-regard from our relationship to them, we shall feel towards them as a higher being than man feels towards them. We shall feel towards them as they are in their true selves, not in their outward forms, but as eternal loving spirits. And then those instincts which humanity feels with the secret impulse to be sacred and higher than any temporary good will be justified or fulfilled. There are two tendencies, one towards the direct cultivation of the religious perceptions, the other to reducing everything to reason. It will be but just for the exponents of the latter tendency to look at the whole universe, not the mere section of it which we note, before they deal authoritatively with the higher parts of religion. And those who feel the immanence of a higher life in us will be needed in this outlook on the wider field of reality, so that they, being fitted to recognize, may tell us what lies ready for us to know. The true path of wisdom consists in seeing that our intellect is foolishness, that our conclusions are absurd and mistaken, not in speculating on the world as a form of thought projected from the thinking principle within us, rather to be amazed that our thought has so limited the world and hidden from us its real existences. To think of ourselves as any other than things in space and subject to material conditions is absurd. It is absurd on either of two hypotheses. If we are really things in space, then of course it is absurd to think of ourselves as if we were not so. On the other hand, if we are not things in space, then conceiving in space is the mode in which that unknown which we are exists as a mind. Its mental action is space conception, and then to give up the idea of ourselves as in space is not to get a true idea, but to lose the only power of apprehension of ourselves which we possess. And yet there is, it must be confessed, one way in which it may be possible for us to think without thinking of things in space. That way is not to abandon the use of space thought, but to pass through it. When we think of space, we have to think of it as infinity extended, and we have to think of it as of infinite dimensions. Now, as I have shown in
The Law of the Valley,
when we come upon infinity in any mode of our thought, it is a sign that that mode of thought is dealing with a higher reality than it is adapted for, and in struggling to represent it can only do so by an infinite number of terms. Now space has an infinite number of positions and turns, and this may be due to the attempt forced upon us to think of things higher than space as in space. If so, then the way to get rid of space from our thoughts is not to go away from it, but to pass through it, to think about larger and larger systems of space and space of more and more dimensions, till at last we get to such a representation in space of what is higher than space that we can pass from the space thought to the more absolute thought without that leap which would be necessary if we were to try to pass beyond space with our present very inadequate representation in it of what really is.
Science Romances.
No. Roman 2. Again and again has human nature aspired and fallen. The vision has presented itself of a law which was love, the duty which carried away the enthusiasm, and in which the conflict of the higher and lower natures ceased because all was enlisted in one loving service. But again and again have such attempts failed. The common sense view that man is subject to law, external law, remains that there are fates whom he must propitiate and obey. And there is a strong sharp curb which, if it be not brought to bear by the world, is soon pulled tight by the world, and one more tragedy is enacted, and the overconfident soul is brought low. And the rock on which such attempts always split is in the indulgence of some limited passion. Some one object fills the soul with its image, and in devotion to that other things are sacrificed until at last all comes to ruin. But what does this mean? Surely it is simply this, that where there should be knowledge there is ignorance. It is not that there is too much devotion, too much passion, but that we are ignorant and blind and wander in error. We do not know what it is we care for and waste our effort on the appearance. There is no such thing as wrong love, there is good love and bad knowledge, and men who earth clasp phantoms to themselves. Religion is but the search for realities, and thought conscious of its own limitations is its best aid. Let a man care for any one object, let his regard for it be as concentrated and exclusive as you will, there will be no danger if he truly apprehends that which he cares for. Its true being is bound up with all the rest of existence, and if his regard is true to one, then if that one is really known, his regard is true to all. There is a question sometimes asked which shows the mere formalism into which we have fallen. We ask, what is the end of existence? A mere play on words. For to conceive existence is to feel ends. The knowledge of existence is the caring for objects, the fear of dangers, the anxieties of love. Immersed in these, the triviality of the question, what is the end of existence, becomes obvious. If, however, letting reality fade away, we play with words, some questions of this kind are possible, but they are mere questions of words, and all content and meaning has passed out of them. The task before us is this: we strive to find out that physical unity, that body which men are parts of, and in the life of which their true unity lies. The existence of this one body we know from the utterances of those whom we cannot but feel to be inspired. We feel certain tendencies in ourselves which cannot be explained except by a supposition of this kind. And now we set to work deliberately to form in our minds the means of investigation, the faculty of higher space conception. To our ordinary space thought, men are isolated, distinct, in great measure antagonistic. But with the first use of the weapon of higher thought, it is easily seen that all men may really be members of one body. Their isolation may be but an affair of limited consciousness. There is, of course, no value as science in such a supposition. But it suggests to us many possibilities, that reveals to us the confined nature of our present physical views, and stimulates us to undertake the work necessary to enable us to deal adequately with the subject. The work is entirely practical and detailed. It is the elaboration, beginning from the simplest objects of an experience in thought, of a higher space world. To begin it, we take up those details of position and relation which are generally relegated to symbolism or unconscious apprehension, and bring these waste products of thought into the central position of the laboratory of the mind. We turn all our attention on the most simple and obvious details of our everyday experience, and thence we build up a conception of the fundamental facts of position and arrangement in a higher world. We next study more complicated higher shapes and get our space perception drilled and disciplined. Then we proceed to put a content into our framework. The means of doing this are twofold: observation and inspiration. As to observation, it is hardly possible to describe the feelings of that investigator who shall distinctly trace in the physical world and experimentally demonstrate the existence of the higher space facts which are so curiously hidden from us. He will lay the first stone for the observation and knowledge of the higher beings to whom we are related. As to the other means, it is obvious surely that if there has ever been inspiration, there is inspiration now. Inspiration is not a unique phenomenon. It has existed in absolutely marvelous degree in some of the teachers of the ancient world, but that whatever it was which they possessed must be present now, and if we could isolate it, be a demonstrable fact. And I would propose to define inspiration as the faculty which, to take a particular instance, does the following. If a square penetrates a line cornerwise, it marks out on the line a segment bounded by 2 points, that is, we suppose a line drawn on a piece of paper and a square line on the paper to be pushed so that its corner passes over the line. Then, supposing the paper and the line to be in the same plane, the line is interrupted by the square, and of the square all that is observable in the line is a segment bounded by 2 points. Next, suppose a cube to be pushed cornerwise through a plane, and let the plane make a section of the cube. The section will be a plane figure, and it will be a triangle. Now, first, the section of a square by a line is a segment bounded by 2 points. Second, the section of a cube by a plane is a triangle bounded by 3 lines. Hence we infer that the section of a figure in 4 dimensions analogous to a cube by 3-dimensional space will be a tetrahedron, a figure bounded by 4 planes. This is found to be true, but with a little familiarity with 4-dimensional movements this is seen to be obvious. But I would define inspiration as the faculty by which, without actual experience, this conclusion is formed. How it is we come to this conclusion I am perfectly unable to say. Somehow, looking at mere formal considerations, there comes into the mind a conclusion about something beyond the range of actual experience. We may call this reasoning from analogy, but using this phrase does not explain the process. It seems to me just as rational to say that the facts of the line and plane remind us of facts which we know already about four-dimensional figures, that they tend to bring these facts out into consciousness, as Plato shows with the boy's knowledge of the cube. We must be really four-dimensional creatures, or we could not think about four dimensions. But whatever name we give to this peculiar and inexplicable faculty that we do possess, it is certain, and in our investigations it will be of service to us. We must carefully investigate existence in a plane world, and then, making short and impressing on our inward sense as we go every step we take with regard to a higher world, we shall be reminded continually of fresh possibilities of our higher existence. Part 2. Chapter 1. 3 Space. Genesis of a cube. Appearances of a cube to a plane being. The models consist of a set of 8 and a set of 4 cubes. They are marked with different colors so as to show the properties of the figure in higher space to which they belong. The simplest figure in one-dimensional space, that is, in a straight line, is a straight line bounded at the 2 extremities. The figure in this case consists of a length bounded by 2 points. Looking at cube 1 and placing it so that the figure 1 is uppermost, we notice a straight line in contact with the table, which is colored orange. It begins in a gold point and ends in a fawn point. The orange extends to some distance on 2 faces of the cube, but for our present purpose we suppose it to be simply a thin line. This line we conceive to be generated in the following way. Let a point move and trace out a line. Let the point be the gold point, and let it moving trace out the orange line and terminate in the fawn point. Thus the figure consists of the point at which it begins, the point at which it ends, and the portion between. We may suppose the point to start as a gold point, to change its color to orange during the motion, and when it stops to become fawn. The motion we suppose from left to right, and its direction we call x. If now this orange line move away from us at right angles, it will trace out a square. Let this be the black square which is seen underneath model 1. The points which bound the line will during this motion trace out lines, and to these lines there will be terminal points. Also the square will be terminated by a line on the opposite side. Let the gold point in moving away trace out a blue line and end in a buff point, the fawn point, a crimson line ending in a terracotta point. The orange line having traced a black square ends in a green-grey line. This direction away from the observer we call y. Now let the whole black square traced out by the orange line move upwards at right angles. It will trace out a new figure to cube, and the edges of the square while moving upwards will trace out squares. Bounding the cube and opposite to the black square will be another square. Let the orange line moving upwards trace a dark blue square and end in a reddish line. The gold point traces a brown line, the fawn point traces a French ray line, and these lines end in a light blue and a dull purple point. Let the blue line trace a vermilion square and end in a deep yellow line. Let the buff point trace a green line and end in a red point. The green-grey line traces a light yellow square and ends in a leaden line. The terracotta point traces a dark slate line and ends in a deep blue point. The crimson line traces a blue-green square and ends in a bright blue line. Finally, the black square traces a cube, the color of which is invisible, and ends in a white square. We suppose the color of the cube to be the light buff. The upward direction we call Z. Thus we say the gold point moved Z traces a brown line and ends in a light blue point. We can now clearly realize and refer to each region of the cube by a color. At the gold point, lines from 3 directions meet: the X line orange, the Y line blue, the Z line brown. Thus we began with a figure of 1 dimension, aligned we passed on to a figure of 2 dimensions, a square, and ended with a figure of 3 dimensions, a cube. The square represents a figure in 2 dimensions, but if we want to realize what it is to a being in 2 dimensions, we must not look down on it. Such a view could not be taken by a plane being. Let us suppose a being moving on the surface of the table and unable to rise from it. Let it not know that it is upon anything, but let it believe that the 2 directions and compounds of those 2 directions are all possible directions. Moreover, let it not ask the question,
On what am I supported?
Let it see no reason for any such question, but simply call the smooth surface along which it moves space. Such a being could not tell the color of the square traced by the orange line. The square would be bounded by the lines which surround it, and only by breaking through one of those lines could the plane being discover the color of the square. In trying to realize the experience of a plane being, it is best to suppose that its two dimensions are upwards and sideways, i.e. Z and X, because if there be any matter in the plane world, it will, like matter in the solid world, exert attractions and repulsions. The matter, like the beings, must be supposed very thin, that is, of so slight thickness that it is quite unnoticed by the being. Now, if there be a very large mass of such matter lying on the table, and a plane being be free to move about it, he will be attracted to it in every direction.
Towards this huge mass.
Would be
Down.
And
Away from it.
would be
Up.
just as
Towards the earth.
is to solid beings,
Down.
and
Away from it.
is
Up.
at whatever part of the globe they may be. Hence, if we want to realize a plane being's feelings, we must keep the sense of up and down. Therefore, we must use the Z direction, and it is more convenient to take Z and X than Z and Y. Any direction lying between these is said to be compounded of the two, for if we move slantwise for some distance, the point reached might have been also reached by going a certain distance X and then a certain distance Z, or vice versa. Let us suppose the orange line has moved Z and trace the dark blue square ending in the reddish line. If we now place a piece of stiff paper against the dark blue squares and suppose the plane beings to move to and fro on that surface of the paper which touches the square, we shall have means of representing their experience. To obtain a more consistent view of their existence, let us suppose the piece of paper extended so that it cuts through our earth and comes out at the antipodes, thus cutting the earth in two. Then suppose all the earth removed away, both hemispheres vanishing, and only a very thin layer of matter left upon the paper on that side which touches the dark blue square. This represents what the world would be to a plane being. It is of some importance to get the notion of the directions in a plane world, as great difficulty arises from our notions of up and down. We miss the right analogy if we conceive of a plane world without the conception of up and down. A good plan is to use a slanting surface, a stiff card or book cover, so placed that it slopes upwards to the eye. Then gravity acts as two forces. It acts, one, as a force pressing all particles upon the slanting surface into it, and two, as a force of gravity along the plane, making particles tend to slip down its incline. We may suppose that in a plane world there are two such forces, one keeping the beings thereon to the plane, the other acting between bodies in it, and of such a nature that by virtue of it any large mass of plane matter produces on small particles around it the same effects as the large mass of solid matter called our earth produces on small objects like our bodies situated around it. In both cases the larger draws the smaller to itself and creates the sensations of up and down. If we hold the cube so that its dark blue side touches a sheet of paper held upwards to the eye, and if we then look straight down along the paper, confining our view to that which is in actual contact with the paper, we see the same view of the cube as a plane being would get. We see a light blue point, a reddish lines, and a dull purple point. The plane being only sees a line, just as we only see the square of the cube. The line where the paper rests on the table may be taken as representative of the surface of the plane being's earth. It would be merely the line to him, but it would have the same property in relation to the plane worlds as a square has in relation to a solid world. In neither case can the notion of what in the latter is termed solidity be quite excluded. If a plane being broke through the line bounding his earth, he would find more matter beyond it. Let us now leave out of consideration the question of
Up and down.
in the plane world. Let us no longer consider it in the vertical or ZX position, but simply take the surface XY of the table as that which supports a plane world. Let us represent its inhabitants by thin pieces of paper which are free to move over the surface of the table but cannot rise from it. Also let the thickness I, height above the surface of these beings be so small that they cannot discern it. Lastly, let us premise there is no attraction in their world, so that they have not any up and down. Placing cube 1 in front of us, let us now ask how a plane being could apprehend such a cube. The black face he could easily study. He would find it bounded by gold point, orange line, fawn point, crimson line, and so on. And he would discover it was black by cutting through any of these lines and entering it. This operation would be equivalent to the mining of a solid being. But of what came above the black square he would be completely ignorant. Let us now suppose a square hole to be made in the table so that the cube could pass through it, and let the cube fit the opening so exactly that no trace of the cutting of the table be visible to the plane being. If the cube began to pass through it would seem to him simply to change, for of its motion he could not be aware, as he would not know the direction in which it moved. Let it pass down till the white square be just on a level with the surface of the table. The plane being would then perceive a light blue point to reddish line to dull purple point to bright blue line, and so on. These would surround a white square which belonged to the same body as that to which the black square belonged. But in this body there would be the dimension which was not in the square. Our upward direction would not be apprehended by him directly. Motion from above downwards would only be apprehended as a change in the figure before him. He would not say that he had before him different sections of a cube, but only the changing square. If he wanted to look at the upper square, he could only do so when a black square had gone an inch below his plane. To study the upper square simultaneously with the lower, he would have to make a model of it, and then he could place it beside the lower one. Looking at the cube, we see that the reddish line corresponds precisely to the orange line, and the deep yellow to the blue line. But if the plane being had a model of the upper square and placed it on the right-hand side of the black square, the deep yellow line would come next to the crimson line of the black square. There would be a discontinuity about it. All that he could do would be to observe which part in the one square corresponded to which part in the other. Obviously, too, there lies something between the black square and the white. The plane being would notice that when a line moves in a direction not its own, it traces out a square. When the orange line is moved away, it traces out the black square. The conception of a new direction thus obtained, he would understand that the orange line moving so would trace out a square, and the blue line moving so would do the same. To us these squares are visible as holes, the dark blue and the vermilion. To him they would be matters of verbal definition rather than ascertained facts. However, given that he had the experience of a cube being pushed through his plane, he would know there was some figure whereof his square was part, which was bounded by his square on one side and by a white square on another side. We have supposed him to make models of these boundaries, a black square and a white square. The black square, which is his solid matter, is only one boundary of a figure in higher space. But we can suppose the cube to be presented to him otherwise than by passing through his plane. It can be turned round the orange line, in which case the blue line goes out, and after a time the brown line comes in. It must be noticed that the brown line comes into a direction opposite to that in which the blue line ran. These two lines are at right angles to each other, and if one be moved upwards till it is at right angles to the surface of the table, the other comes onto the surface but runs in a direction opposite to that in which the first ran. Thus, by turning the cube about the orange line and the blue line, different sides of it can be shown to a plane being. By combining the two processes of turning and pushing through the plane, all the sides can be shown to the plane being. For instance, if the cube be turned so that the dark blue square be on the plane and it be then passed through, the light yellow square will come in. Now, if the plane being made a set of models of these different appearances and studied them, he could form some rational idea of the higher solid which produced them. He would become able to give some consistent account of the properties of this new kind of existence. He could say what came into his plane space if the other space penetrated the plane edgewise or corner-wise, and could describe all that would come in as it turned about in any way. He would have 6 models. Let us consider 2 of them, the black and the white squares. We can observe them on the cube. Every colour on the one is different from every colour on the other. If we now ask what lies between the orange line and the reddish line, we know it is a square, for the orange line moving in any direction gives a square. And if the 6 models were before the plane being, he could easily select that which showed what he wanted. For that which lies between orange line and reddish line must be bounded by orange and reddish lines. He would search among the 6 models lying beside each other on his plane till he found the dark blue square. It is evident that only one of the square differs in all its colours from the black square, viz. the white square, for it is entirely separate. The others meet it in one of their lines. This total difference exists in all the pairs of opposite surfaces on the cube. Now suppose the plane being asked himself what would appear if the cube turned round the blue line. The cube would begin to pass through his space. The crimson line would disappear beneath the plane, and the blue-green square would cut it so that opposite to the blue line in the plane there would be a blue-green line. The French ray line and the dark slate line would be cut in points, and from the gold point to the French ray point would be a dark blue line, and opposite to it would be a light yellow line from the buff point to the dark slate point. Thus the figure in the plane world would be an oblong instead of a square, and the interior of it would be of the same light buff color as the interior of the cube. It is assumed that the plane closes up round the passing cube as the surface of a liquid does round any object in mist. But in order to apprehend what would take place when this twisting round the blue line began, the plane being would have to set to work by parts. He has no conception of what a solid would do in twisting, but he knows what a plane does. Let him then, instead of thinking of the whole black square, think only of the orange line. The dark blue square stands on it. As far as this square is concerned, twisting round the blue line is the same as twisting round the gold point. Let him imagine himself in that plane at right angles to his plane world which contains the dark blue square. Let him keep his attention fixed on the line where the two planes meet, that which is at first marked by the orange line. We will call this line the line of his plane, for all that he knows of his own plane is this line. Now let the dark blue square turn round the gold point. The orange line at once dips below the line of his plane, and the dark blue square passes through it. Therefore in his plane he will see the dark blue line in place of the orange one, and in place of the formed point only further off from the gold point will be a French ray point. The diagrams 1-2 show how the cube appears as it is before and after the turning. G is the gold, F the formed point. In 2G is unmoved, and the plane is cut by the French ray line GR. Instead of imagining a direction he did not know, the plane being could think of the dark blue square as lying in his plane. But in this case the black square would be out of his plane, and only the orange line would remain in it. Diagram 3 shows the dark blue square lying in his plane, and diagram 4 shows it turning round the gold point. Here, instead of thinking about his plane, and also that at right angles to it, he has only to think how the square turning round the gold point will cut the line which runs left to right from G to first the dotted line. The French ray line is cut by the dotted line in a point. To find out what would come in at other parts, he need only treat a number of the plane sections of the cube perpendicular to the black square in the same manner as he had treated the dark blue square. Every such section would turn round a point as the whole cube turned round the blue line. Thus he would treat the cube as a number of squares by taking parallel sections from the dark blue to the light yellow square, and he would turn each of these round a corner of the same color as the blue line. Combining these series of appearances, he would discover what came into his plane as the cube turned round the blue line. Thus the problem of the turning of the cube could be settled by the consideration of the turnings of a number of squares. As the cube turned, a number of different appearances would be presented to the plane being. The black square would change into a light buff oblong with dark blue, blue-green, light yellow and blue sides, and would gradually elongate itself until it became as long as the diagonal of the square side of the cube, and then the bounding line opposite to the blue line would change from blue-green to bright blue, the other lines remaining the same color. If the cube then turned still further, the bright blue line would become white, and the oblong would diminish in length. It would in time become a vermilion square with a deep yellow line opposite to the blue line. It would then pass wholly below the plane, and only the blue line would remain. If the turning would continue till half a revolution had been accomplished, the black square would come in again. But now it would come up into the plane from underneath. It would appear as a black square exactly similar to the first, but the orange line, instead of running left to right from gold point, would run right to left. The square would be the same, only differently disposed with regard to the blue line. It would be the looking glass image of the first square. There would be a difference in respect of the lie of the particles of which it was composed. If the plane being could examine its thickness, he would find that particles which in the first case lay above others now lay below them. But if he were really a plane being, he would have no idea of thickness in his squares, and he would find them both quite identical. Only the one would be to the other as if it had been pulled through itself. In this phenomenon of symmetry he would apprehend the difference of the line which went in the to him unknown direction of up and down. Chapter 2. Further appearances of a cube to a plane being. Before leaving the observation of the cube, it is well to look at it for a moment as it would appear to a plane being in whose world there was such a fact as attraction. To do this, let the cube rest on the table so that its dark blue face is perpendicular in front of us. Now let a sheet of paper be placed in contact with the dark blue square. Let up and sideways be the two dimensions of the plane being and away the unknown direction. Let the line where the paper meets the table represent the surface of his earth. Then there is to him as all that he can apprehend of the cube, the dark blue square standing upright, and when we look over the edge of the paper and regard merely the part in contact with the paper, we see what the plane being would see. If the cube be turned round the up line, the brown line, the orange line will pass to the near side of the paper, and the section made by the cube in the paper will be an oblong. Such an oblong can be cut out, and when the cube is fitted into it, it can be seen that it is bounded by a brown line and a blue-green line opposite thereto, while the other boundaries are black and white lines. Next, if we take a section halfway between the black and white squares, we shall have a square cutting the plane of the aforesaid paper in a single line. With regard to this section, all we have to inquire is what will take the place of this line as the cube turns. Obviously, the line will elongate. From a dark blue line it will change to a light buff line, the color of the inside of the sections, and will terminate in a blue-green point instead of a French ray. Again, it is obvious that if the cube turns round the orange line, it will give rise to a series of oblongs stretching upwards. This turning can be continued till the cube is wholly on the near side of the paper and only the orange line remains. And when the cube has made half a revolution, the dark blue square will return into the plane, but it will run downwards instead of upwards as at first. Thereafter, if the cube turned further, the series of oblongs will appear all running downwards from the orange line. Hence, if all the appearances produced by the revolution of the cube have to be shown, it must be supposed to be raised some distance above the plane being's earth, so that those appearances may be shown which occur when it is turned round the orange line downwards, as well as when it is turned upwards. The unknown direction comes into the plane either upwards or downwards, but there is no special connection between it and either of these directions. If it come in upwards, the brown line goes nearwards or white. If it come in downwards or z, the brown line goes away or y. Let us consider more closely the directions which the plane being would have. Firstly, he would have up and down, that is, away from his earth and towards it on the plane of the paper, the surface of his earth being the line where the paper meets the table. Then, if he moved along the surface of his earth, there would only be a line for him to move in, the line running right and left. But being the direction of his movement, he would say it ran forwards and backwards. Thus he would simply have the words up and down, forwards and backwards, and the expressions right and left would have no meaning for him. If he were to frame a notion of a world in higher dimensions, he must invent new words for distinctions not within his experience. To repeat the observations already made, let the cube be held in front of the observer, and suppose the dark blue square extended on every side so as to form a plane. Then let this plane be considered as independent of the dark blue square. Now, holding the brown line between finger and thumb and touching its extremities, the gold and light blue points turn the cube round the brown line. The dark blue square will leave the plane, the orange line will tend towards the y direction, and the blue line will finally come into the plane pointing in the plus x direction. If we move the cube so that the line which leaves the plane runs plus y, then the line which before ran plus y will come into the plane in the direction opposite to that of the line which has left the plane. The blue line which runs in the unknown direction can come into either of the two known directions of the plane. It can take the place of the orange line by turning the cube round the brown line, or the place of the brown line by turning it round the orange line. If the plane being made models to represent these two appearances of the cube, he would have identically the same line, the blue line, running in one of his known directions in the first model and in the other of his known directions in the second. In studying the cube, he would find it best to turn it so that the line of unknown direction ran in that direction in the positive sense. In that case it would come into the plane in the negative sense of the known directions. Starting with the cube in front of it, observe that there are two ways in which the vermilion square can be brought into the imaginary plane, that is the extension of the dark blue square. If the cube turned round the brown line so that the orange line goes away I plus y, the vermilion square comes in on the left of the brown line. If it turned in the opposite direction, the vermilion square comes in on the right of the brown line. Thus, if we identify the plane beginning with the brown line, the vermilion square would appear either behind or before him. These two appearances of the vermilion square would seem identical, but they could not be made to coincide by any movement in the plane. The diagram Fig. 5 shows the difference in them. It is obvious that no turn in the plane could put one in the place of the other part for part. Thus the plane being apprehends the reversal of the unknown direction by the disposition of his figures. If a figure which lay on one side of a line changed into an identical figure on the other side of it, he could be sure that a line of the figure which at first ran in the positive unknown direction now ran in the negative unknown direction. We have dwelt at great length on the appearances which a cube would present to a plane being, and it will be found that all the points which would be likely to cause difficulty hereafter have been explained in this obvious case. There is, however, one other way open to a plane being of studying a cube to which we must attend. This is by steady motion. Let the cube come into the imaginary plane, which is the extension of the dark blue square, i.e. let it touch the piece of paper which is standing vertical on the table. Then let it travel through this plane at right angles to it at the rate of an inch a minute. The plane being would first perceive a dark blue square, that is, he would see the coloured lines bounding that square, and enclosed therein would be what he would call a dark blue solid. In the movement of the cube, however, this dark blue square would not last for more than a flash of time. The edges and points on the models are made very large, in reality they must be supposed very minute. This dark blue square would be succeeded by one of the colour of the cube's interior, i.e. by light buff square. But this colour of the interior would not be visible to the plane being. He would go round the square on his plane and would see the bounding lines, viz. vermilion, white, blue, green, black. And at the corners he would see deep yellow, bright blue, crimson and blue points. These lines and points would really be those parts of the faces and lines of the cube which were on the point of passing through his plane. Now there would be one difference between the dark blue square and the light buff with their respective boundaries. The first only lasted for a flash, the second would last for a minute or all but a minute. Consider the vermilion square. It appears to the plane being as a line. The brown line also appears to him as a line. But there is a difference between them. The brown line only lasts for a flash, whereas the vermilion line lasts for a minute. Hence, in this mode of presentation, we may say that for a plane being, a lasting line is the mode of apprehending a plane, and a lasting plane, which is a plane being solid, is the mode of apprehending our solids. In the same way, the blue line, as it passes through his plane, gives rise to a point. This point lasts for a minute, whereas the gold point only lasted for a flash. Chapter 3. 4 Space. Genesis of a tesseract. Its representation in 3 space. Hitherto we have only looked at Model 1. This with the next 7 represent what we can observe of the simplest body in higher space. A few words will explain their construction. A point by its motion traces a line. A line by its motion traces either a longer line or an area. If it moves at right angles to its own direction, it traces a rectangle. For the sake of simplicity, we will suppose all movements to be an inch in length and at right angles to each other. Thus a point moving traces a line an inch long, the line moving traces a square inch, the square moving traces a cubic inch. In these cases, each of these movements produces something intrinsically different from what we had before. A square is not a longer line nor a cube a larger square. When the cube moves, we are unable to see any new direction in which it can move and are compelled to make it move in a direction which has previously been used. Let us suppose there is an unknown direction at right angles to all our known directions, just as a third direction would be unknown to a being confined to the surface of the table. And let the cube move in this unknown direction for an inch. We call the figure it traces a tesseract. The models are representations of the appearances a tesseract would present to us if shown in various ways. Consider for a moment what happens to a square when moved to form a cube. Each of its lines moved in a new direction traces a square. The square itself traces a new figure, the cube, which ends in another square. Now that our cube moved in a new direction will trace a tesseract where the cube itself is the beginning and another cube the end. These two cubes are to the tesseract as the black square and white square are to the cube. A plane being could not see both those squares at once, but he could make models of them and let them both rest in his plane at once. So also we can make models of the beginning and end of the tesseract. Model 1 is the cube which is its beginning, model 2 is the cube which is its end. It will be noticed that there are no two colors alike in the two models. The silver point corresponds to the gold point, that is, the silver point is the termination of the line traced by the gold point moving in a new direction. The two cubes should be looked at and compared long enough to ensure that the corresponding sides can be found quickly. Then there are the following correspondences in points and lines. The color of the cube itself is invisible as it is covered by its boundaries. We suppose it to be sage green. These two cubes are just as disconnected when looked at by us as the black and white squares would be to a plane being if placed side by side on his plane. He cannot see the squares in their right position with regard to each other, nor can we see the cubes in theirs. Let us now consider the vermilion side of model 1. If it move in the x direction, it traces the cube of model 1. Its gold point travels along the orange line, and itself, after tracing the cube, ends in the blue-green square. But if it moves in a new direction, it will also trace a cube, for the new direction is at right angles to the up and away directions in which the brown and blue lines run. Let this square then move in the unknown direction and trace a cube. This cube we cannot see because the unknown direction runs out of our space at once, just as the up direction runs out of the plane of the table. But a plane being could see the square which the blue line traces when moved upwards by the cube being turned round the blue line, the orange line going upwards, then the brown line comes into the plane of the table in the x direction. So also with our cube. As treated above, it runs from the vermilion square out of our space. But if the tesseract were turned so that the line which runs from the gold point in the unknown direction lay in our space and the orange line lay in the unknown direction, we could then see the cube which is formed by the movement of the vermilion square in the new direction. Take model 5. There is on it a vermilion square. Place this so that it touches the vermilion square on model 1. All the marks of the two squares are identical. This cube 5 is the one traced by the vermilion square moving in the unknown direction. In model 5, the whole figure, the tesseract produced by the movement of the cube in the unknown direction, is supposed to be so turned that the orange line passes into the unknown direction and that the line which went in the unknown direction runs opposite to the old direction of the orange line. Looking at this new cube, we see that there is a stone line running to the left from the gold point. This line is that which the gold point traces when moving in the unknown direction. It is obvious that if the tesseract turns so as to show us the side of which cube 5 is a model, then cube 1 will no longer be visible. The orange line will run in the unknown or fourth direction and be out of our sight together with the whole cube which the vermilion square generates when the gold point moves along the orange line. Hence, if we consider these models as real portions of the tesseract, we must not have more than one before us at once. When we look at one, the others must necessarily be beyond our sight and touch. But we may consider them simply as models, and as such we may let them lie alongside of each other. In this case we must remember that their real relationships are not those in which we see them. We now enumerate the sides of the new cube 5 so that when we refer to it any color may be recognized by name. The square vermilion traces a pale green cube and ends in an Indian red square. The color pale green of this cube is not seen, thus it is entirely surrounded by squares and lines of color. Each line traces a square and ends in a line. Each point traces a line and ends in a point. It will be noticed that besides the vermilion square of this cube, another square of it has been seen before. A moment's comparison with the experience of a plane being will make this more clear. If a plane being has before him models of the black and white squares of the cube, he sees that all the colors of the one are different from all the colors of the other. Next, if he looks to model of the vermilion square, he sees that it starts from the blue line and ends in a line of the white square, the deep yellow line. In this square he has two lines which he had before, the blue line with gold and buff points, the deep yellow line with light blue and red points. To him the black and white squares are his models 1 and 2, and the vermilion square is to him as our model 5 is to us. The left-hand square of model 5 is Indian red and is identical with that of the same color on the left-hand side of model 2. In fact, model 5 shows us what lies between the vermilion face of 1 and the Indian red face of 2. From the gold point we suppose 4 perfectly independent lines to spring forth, each of them at right angles to all the others. In our space there is only room for 3 lines mutually at right angles. It will be found if we try to introduce a 4th at right angles to each of 3 that we failed, hence of these 4 lines one must go out of the space we know. The colors of these 4 lines are brown, orange, blue, stone. In model 1 are shown the brown, orange and blue. In model 5 are shown the brown, blue and stone. These lines might have had any directions at first, but we chose to begin with the brown line going up or Z, the orange going X, the blue going Y, and the stone line going in the unknown direction, which we will call W. Consider for a moment the stone and the orange lines. They can be seen together on model 7 by looking at the low face of it. They are at right angles to each other, and if the orange line be turned to take the place of the stone line, the latter will run into the negative part of the direction previously occupied by the former. This is the reason that the models 3, 5 and 7 are made with the stone line always running in the reverse direction of that line of model 1 which is wanting in each respectively. It will now be easy to find out models 3 and 7. All that has to be done is to discover what faces they have in common with 1 and 2, and these faces will show from which planes of 1 they are generated by motion in the unknown direction. Take model 7. On one side of it there is a dark blue square which is identical with the dark blue square of model 1. Placing it so that it coincides with 1 by this square line for line, we see that the square nearest to us is burnt cyan, the same as the near square on model 2. Hence this cube is a model of what the dark blue square traces are moving in the unknown direction. Here the unknown direction coincides with the negative away direction. In fact, to see this cube we have been obliged to suppose the blue line turned into the unknown direction, for we cannot look at more than 3 of these rectangular lines at once in our space, and in this model 7 we have the brown, orange and stone lines. The faces, lines and points of cube 7 can be identified by the following list. The dark blue square traces a dark stone cube whose interior is rendered invisible by the bounding squares and ends in a burnt sienna square. Each line traces a square and ends in a line. If we now take model 3, we see that it has a black square uppermost and has blue and orange lines. Hence it evidently proceeds from the black square in model 1, and it has in it blue and orange lines which proceed from the gold point. But besides these it has running downwards a stone line. The line wanting is the brown line, and as in the other cases, when one of the 3 lines of model 1 turns out into the unknown direction, the stone line turns into the direction opposite to that from which the line has turned. Take this model 3 and place it underneath model 1, raising the latter so that the black squares on the 2 coincide line for line. Then we see what would come into our view if the brown line were to turn into the unknown direction and the stone line come into our space downwards. Looking at this cube, we see that the following parts of the tesseract have been generated. The black square traces a brick red cube, invisible because covered by its own sides and edges, and ends in a bright green square. Each line traces a square and ends in a line. Each point traces a line and ends in a point. This completes the enumeration of the regions of cube 3. It may seem a little unnatural that it should come in downwards, but it must be remembered that the new 4th direction has no more relation to up and down than to right and left or to near and far. And if instead of thinking of a plane being as living on the surface of a table, we suppose his world to be the surface of the sheet of paper touching the dark blue square of cube 1, then we see that a turn round the orange line which makes the brown line go into the plane being's unknown direction brings the blue line into his downwards direction. There still remain to be described models 4, 6 and 8. it will be shown that model 4 is to model 3 what model 2 is to model 1. That is, if when 3 is in our space it be moved so as to trace a tesseract, 4 will be the opposite cube in which the tesseract ends. There is no color common to 3 and 4. Similarly, 6 is the opposite boundary of the tesseract generated by 5 and 8 of that by 7. A little closer consideration will reveal several points. Looking at cube 5, we see proceeding from the gold point a brown to blue and a stone line. The orange line is wanting, therefore it goes in the unknown direction. If we want to discover what exists in the unknown direction from cube 5, we can get help from cube 1, for since the orange line lies in the unknown direction from cube 5, the gold point will, if moved along the orange line, pass in the unknown direction. So also the vermilion square, if moved along in the direction of the orange line, will proceed in the unknown direction. Looking at cube 1, we see that the vermilion square thus moved ends in a blue-green square. Then looking at model 6, on it corresponding to the vermilion square on cube 5 is a blue-green square. Cube 6 thus shows what exists an inch beyond 5 in an unknown direction. Between the right-hand face on 5 and the right-hand face on 6 lies a cube, the one which is shown in model 1. Model 1 is traced by the vermilion square moving an inch along the direction of the orange line. In model 5 the orange line goes in the unknown direction, and looking at model 6 we see what we should get at the end of a movement of 1 inch in that direction. We have still to enumerate the colors of cubes 4, 6 and 8, and we do so in the following list. In the first column is designated the part of the cubed in the columns under 4, 6, 8 come the colors which 4, 6, 8 respectively have in the parts designated in the corresponding line in the first column. If any one of these cubes be taken at random, it is easy enough to find out to what part of the tesseract it belongs. In all of them, except 2, there will be one face which is a copy of a face on 1. This face is in fact identical with the face on 1 which it resembles. And the model shows what lies in the unknown direction from that face. This unknown direction is turned into our space so that we can see and touch the result of moving a square in it. And we have sacrificed one of the 3 original directions in order to do this. It will be found that the line which in one goes in the 4th direction and in other models always runs in a negative direction. Let us take model 8 for instance. Searching it for a face, we know we come to a light yellow face away from us. We place this face parallel with the light yellow face on cube 1, and we see that it has a green line going up and a green-grey line going to the right from the buff point. In these respects it is identical with the light yellow face on cube 1. But instead of a blue line coming towards us from the buff point, there is a light green line. This light green line then is that which proceeds in the unknown direction from the buff point. The line is turned towards us in this model 8 in the negative y direction, and looking at the model we see exactly what is formed when in the motion of the whole cube in the unknown direction the light yellow face is moved an inch in that direction. It traces out a salmon cube V. Table on p. 127, and it has sea blue and deep green sides below and above, and deep crimson and dark grey sides left and right and dun, and light yellow sides near and far. If we want to verify the correctness of any of these details, we must turn to models 1 and 2, what lies an inch from the light yellow square in the unknown direction. Model 2 tells us a dun square. Now looking at 8, we see that towards us lies a dun square. This is what lies an inch in the unknown direction from the light yellow square. It is here turned to face us, and we can see what lies between it and the light yellow square. Chapter 4. Tesseract moving through 3 space. Models of the sections. In order to obtain a clear conception of the higher solids, a certain amount of familiarity with the facts shown in these models is necessary. But the best way of obtaining a systematic knowledge is shown hereafter. What these models enable us to do is to take a general review of the subject. In all of them we see simply the boundaries of the tesseract in our space. We can no more see or touch the tesseract solidity than a plane being can touch the cube solidity. There remain the 4 models 9, 10, 11, 12. Model 9 represents what lies between 1 and 2. If 1 be moved an inch in the unknown direction, it traces out the tesseract and ends in 2. But obviously between 1 and 2 there must be an infinite number of exactly similar solid sections. These are all like model 9. Take the case of a plane being on the table. He sees the black square, that is, he sees the lines round it, and he knows that if it moves an inch in some mysterious direction, it traces a new kind of figure at the opposite boundary whereof is the white square. If then he has models of the white and black squares, he has before him the end and beginning of our cube. But between these squares are any number of others, the plane sections of the cube. We can see what they are. The interior of each is a light buff, the color of the substance of the cube. The sides are of the colors of the vertical faces of the cube, and the points of the colors of the vertical lines of the cube, viz. dark blue, blue-green, light yellow, vermilion lines, and brown French ray, dark slate, green points. Thus the square, in moving in a known direction, traces out a succession of squares, the assemblage of which makes the cube in layers. So also the cube moving in the unknown direction will, at any point of its motion, still be a cube, and the assemblage of cubes thus placed constitutes the tesseract in layers. We suppose the cube to change its color directly it begins to move. Its color between 1 and 2 we can easily determine by finding what colors its different parts assumed as they move in the unknown direction. The gold point immediately begins to trace a stone line. We will look at cube 5 to see what the vermilion face becomes. We know the interior of that cube is pale green V. Table P 122. Hence, as it moves in the unknown direction, the vermilion square forms in its course a series of pale green squares. The brown line gives rise to a yellow square, hence at every point of its course in the fourth direction it is a yellow line until, on taking its final position, it becomes a dull blue line. Looking at cube 5, we see that the deep yellow line becomes a light red line, the green line a deep crimson one, the gold point a stone one, the light blue point a rich red one, the red point an emerald one, and the buff point a light green one. Now take the model 9. Looking at the left side of it, we see exactly that into which the vermilion square is transformed as it moves in the unknown direction. The left side is an exact copy of a section of cube 5 parallel to the vermilion face. But we have only accounted for one side of our model 9. There are 5 other sides. Take the near side corresponding to the dark blue square on cube 1. When the dark blue square moves, it traces a dark stone cube of which we have a copy in cube 7. Looking at 7V. Table P 124, we see that as soon as the dark blue square begins to move, it becomes of a dark stone color and has yellow, ochred yellow, green and ashes sides and stone rich red, green, blue smoke lines running in the unknown direction from it. Now the side of model 9 which faces us has these colors, the squares being seen as lines and the lines as points. Hence model 9 is a copy of what the cube becomes so far as the vermilion and dark blue sides are concerned. When moving in the unknown direction, it traces the tesseract. We will now look at the lower square of our model. It is a brick red square with azure, rose, sea blue and light brown lines, and with stone, smoke, magenta and light green points. This then is what the black square should change into as it moves in the unknown direction. Let us look at model 3. Here the stone line, which is the line in the unknown direction, runs downwards. It is turned into the downwards direction so that the cube traced by the black square may be in our space. The color of this cube is brick red, the orange line has traced an azure, the blue line a light brown, the crimson line a rose, and the green-grey line a sea blue square. Hence the low square of model 9 shows what the black square becomes as it traces the tesseract orb. In other words, the section of model 3 between the black and bright green squares exactly corresponds to the lower face of model 9. Therefore it appears that model 9 is a model of a section of the tesseract, that it is to the tesseract what a square between the black and white squares is to the cube. To prove the other sides correct, we have to see what the white, blue, green and light yellow squares of cube 1 become as the cube moves in the unknown direction. This can be effected by means of the models 4, 6, 8. Each cube can be used as an index for showing the changes through which a side of the first model passes as it moves in the unknown direction till it becomes cube 2. Thus what becomes of the white square? Look at cube 4. From the light blue corner of its white square runs downwards the rich red line in the unknown direction. If we take a parallel section below the white square, we have a square bounded by ochre, deep brown, deep green and light red lines, and by rich red, green, blue, sea green and emerald points. The color of the cube is chocolate, and therefore its section is chocolate. This description is exactly true of the upper surface of model 9. There still remain two sides, those corresponding to the light yellow and blue-green of cube 1. What the blue-green square becomes midway between cubes 1 and 2 can be seen on model 6. The color of the last named is oak yellow, and a section parallel to its blue-green side is surrounded by yellow-green, deep brown, dark gray and rose lines, and by green-blue, smoke magenta and sea green points. This is exactly similar to the right side of Model 9. Lastly, that which becomes of the light yellow side can be seen on Model 8. The section of the cube is a salmon square bounded by deep crimson, deep green, dark grey and sea blue lines, and by emerald, sea green, magenta and light green points. Thus the models can be used to answer any question about sections. For we have simply to take instead of the whole cube a plane, and the relation of the whole tesseract to that plane can be told by looking at the model which, starting with that plane, stretches from it in the unknown direction. We have not as yet settled the color of the interior of Model 9. It is that part of the tesseract which is traced out by the interior of Cube 1. The unknown direction starts equally and simultaneously from every point of every part of Cube 1, just as the direction starts equally and simultaneously from every point of a square. Let us suppose that the cube which is light buff changes to a wood color directly it begins to trace the tesseract. Then the internal part of the section between 1 and 2 will be the wood color. The sides of the Model 9 are of the greatest importance. They are the color of the 6 cubes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. The colors of 1 and 2 are wanting, viz. light buff and sea green. Thus the section between 1 and 2 can be found by its wanting the colors of the cubes 1 and 2. Looking at models 10, 11, and 12 in a similar manner, the reader will find they represent the sections between cubes 3 and 4, cubes 5 and 6, and cubes 7 and 8 respectively. Chapter 5. Representation of 3 space by names and in a plane. We may now ask ourselves the best way of passing on to a clear comprehension of the facts of higher space. Something can be effected by looking at these models, but it is improbable that more than a slight sense of analogy will be obtained thus. Indeed, we have been trusting hitherto to a method which has something vicious about it. We have been trusting to our sense of what must be. The plan adopted as the serious effort towards the comprehension of this subject is to learn a small portion of higher space. If any reader feel a difficulty in the foregoing chapters, or if the subject is to be taught to young minds, it is far better to abandon all attempt to see what higher space must be and to learn what it is from the following chapters. Naming a piece of space. The diagram Fig. 6 represents a block of 27 cubes to which form set 1 of the 81 cubes. The cubes are colored, and it will be seen that the colors are arranged after the pattern of Model 1 of previous chapters, which will serve as a key to the block. In the diagram, G denotes gold O, orange F, fawn BR, brown and so on. We will give names to the cubes of this block. They should not be learnt, but kept for reference. We will write these names in 3 sets, the lowest consisting of the cubes which touch the table, the next of those immediately above them, and the third of those at the top. Thus the gold cube is called corvus, the orange cusp is the fawn nugs, and the central one below size. The corresponding colors of the following set can easily be traced. Thus the central or light buff cube is called mala, the middle one of the lower face is cis, of the upper face meld, of the right face prosed, of the left albus, of the front mna, the dark blue square of Model 1, and of the back murex, the light yellow square. Now if Model 1 be taken and considered as representing a block of 64 cubes, the gold corner as 1 cube, the orange line as 2 cubes, the fawn point as 1 cube, the dark blue square as 4 cubes, the light buff interior as 8 cubes, and so on, it will correspond to the diagram Fig. 7. This block differs from the last in the number of cubes, but the arrangement of the colors is the same. The following table gives the names which we will use for these cubes. There are no new names, they are only applied more than once to all cubes of the same color. If we now consider Model 1 to represent a block 5 cubes each way built up of inch cubes, and color it in the same way, that is, with similar colors for the corner cubes, edge cubes, face cubes, and interior cubes, we obtain what is represented in the diagram Fig. 8. Here we have 9 dark blue cubes called MNA, that is, MNA denotes the 9 dark blue cubes forming a layer on the front of the cube and filling up the whole front except the edges and points. Cuspes denotes 3 orange, DOS 3 blue, and arc those 3 brown cubes. Now the block of cubes can be similarly increased to any size we please. The corners will always consist of single cubes, that is, corners will remain a single cubic inch even though the block be 100 inches each way. Cusps in that case will be 9 to 8 inches long and consist of a row of 9 to 8 cubes. Arcs also will be a long thin line of cubes standing up. MNA will be a thin layer of cubes almost covering the whole front of the block. The number of them will be 98 times 98. Size will be a similar square layer of cubes on the ground, so also Mel, Alvis, Prost and Murex in their respective places. Marla, the interior of the cube will consist of 98 times 98 times 98 inch cubes. Now if we continued in this manner till we had a very large block of thousands of cubes in each side, corners would in comparison to the whole block be a minute point of a cubic shape, and cusps would be a mere line of minute cubes which would have length but very small depth or height. Next, if we suppose this much subdivided block to be reduced in size till it becomes 1 measuring an inch each way, the cubes of which it consists must each of them become extremely minute, and the corner cubes and line cubes would be scarcely discernible. But the cubes on the faces would be just as visible as before. For instance, the cubes composing MNA would stretch out on the face of the cube so as to fill it up. They would form a layer of extreme thinness but would cover the face of the cube, all of it except the minute lines and points. Thus we may use the words corvus and nug etc. to denote the corner points of the cube, the words MNA, Cis, Meld, Alvis, Pros, Murex to denote the faces. It must be remembered that these faces have a thickness, but it is extremely minute compared with the cube. Marla would denote all the cubes of the interior except those which compose the faces, edges and points. Thus Marla would practically mean the whole cube except the colouring on it. And it is in this sense that these words will be used. In the models, the gold point is intended to be a corvus only, it is made large to be visible, so too the orange line is meant for cusps but magnified for the same reason. Finally, the 27 names of cubes with which we began come to be the names of the points, lines and faces of a cube, as shown in the diagram Fig. 9. With these names it is easy to express what a plane being would see of any cube. Let us suppose that MNA is only of the thickness of his matter. We suppose his matter to be composed of particles which slip about on his plane, and are so thin that he cannot by any means discern any thickness in them. So he has no idea of thickness. But we know that his matter must have some thickness, and we suppose MNA to be of that degree of thickness. If the cube be placed so that MNA is in his plane, corvus, cuspis, nug, fas, source, callius, ilex and arctus will just come into his apprehension. They will be like bits of his matter, while all that is beyond them in the direction he does not know will be hidden from him. Thus a plane being can only perceive the MNA or size or sum on of the face of a cube, that is, he would take the MNA of a cube to be a solid in his plane space, and he would see the lines cuspis, fas, callius, arctus. To him they would bound it. The points corvus, nug, source and ilex he would not see it, for they are only as long as the thickness of his matter, and that is so slight as to be indiscernible to him. We must now go with great care through the exact processes by which a plane being would study the cube. For this purpose we use square slabs which have a certain thickness but are supposed to be as thin as a plane being's matter. Now let us take the first set of 81 cubes again and build them from 1 to 27. We must realize clearly that 2 kinds of blocks can be built. It may be built of 27 cubes, each similar to Model 1, in which case each cube has its regions colored but all the cubes are alike. Or it may be built of 27 differently colored cubes like Set 1, in which case each cube is colored wholly with one color in all its regions. If the latter set be used, we can still use the names MNA, Alvis, etc. to denote the front, side, etc. of any one of the cubes, whatever be its color. When they are built up, place a piece of card against the front to represent the plane on which the plane being lies. The front of each of the cubes in the front of the block touches the plane. In previous chapters we have supposed MNA to be a blue square, but we can apply the name to the front of a cube of any color. Let us say the MNA of each front cube is in the plane, the MNA of the gold cube is gold, and so on. To represent this, take 9 slabs of the same colors as the cubes. Place a stiff piece of cardboard or a book cover slanting from you and put the slabs on it. they can be supported on the incline so as to prevent their slipping down away from you by a thin book or another sheet of cardboard which stands for the surface of the plane being's earth. We will now give names to the cubes of block 1 of the 81 set. We call each one Marla to denote that it is a cube. They are written in the following list in floors or layers and are supposed to run backwards or away from the reader. Thus, in the first layer, Fran and Marla is behind or farther away than Erna Marla. In the second layer, Ostrom is in front and Gus behind it, and a lab behind Gus. These names should be learnt so that the different cubes in the block can be referred to quite easily and immediately by name. They must be learnt in every order, that is, in each of the 3 directions, backwards and forwards, e.g. Erna to Soltis, Erna to Sectet, Erna to Cumst, and the same reversed viz. Comes to Erna, Sectet to Erna, etc. Only by so learning them can the mind identify any one individually without even a momentary reference to the others around it. It is well to make it a rule not to proceed from one cube to a distant one without naming the intermediate cubes. For in space we cannot pass from one part to another without going through the intermediate portions. And then, thinking of space, it is well to accustom our minds to the same limitations. Erna Marla is supposed to be solid gold an inch each way, so too all the cubes are supposed to be entirely of the colour which they show on their faces. Thus any section of Mole's Marla will be orange, of Pled's Marla black, and so on. Let us now draw a pair of lines on a piece of paper or cardboard like those in the diagram Fig. 10. In this diagram, the top of the page is supposed to rest on the table and the bottom of the page to be raised and brought near the eye so that the plane of the diagram slopes upwards to the reader. Let Z denote the upward direction and X the direction from left to right. Let us turn the block of cubes with its front upon this slope, i.e. so that Erna fits upon the square marked Erna. Moles will be to the right and Ostrom above Erna, i.e. nearer the eye. We might leave the block as it stands and put the piece of cardboard against it. In this case our plane world would be vertical. It is difficult to fix the cubes in this position on the plane, and therefore more convenient if the cardboard be so inclined that they will not slip off. But the upward direction must be identified with Z. Now taking the slabs, let us compose what a plane being would see of the block. He would perceive just the front faces of the cubes of the block as it comes into his plane. These front faces we may call the monas of the cubes. Let each of the slabs represent the mona of its corresponding cube, the gold slab of the gold cube, and so on. They are thicker than they should be, but we must overlook this and suppose we simply see the thickness as a line. We thus build a square of 9 slabs to represent the appearance to a plane being of the front face of the block. The middle one, Biden's mona, would be completely hidden from him by the others on all its sides, and he would see the edges of the 8 outer squares. If the block now begin to move through the plane, that is to cut through the piece of paper at right angles to it, it will not for some time appear any different. For the sections of Erna are all gold like the front face mona, so that the appearance of Erna at any point in its passage will be a gold square exactly like Erna mona seen by the plane being as a line. Thus, if the speed of the block's passage be 1 inch a minute, the plane being will see no change for a minute. In other words, the set of slabs lasting 1 minute will represent what he sees. When the block has passed 1 inch, a different set of cubes appears. Remove the front layer of cubes. We pick out 9 slabs to represent the monas of these cubes, and placed in order they show what the plane being sees of the second set of cubes as they pass through. Now it is evident that these slabs stand at different times for different parts of the cubes. We can imagine them to stand for the mona of each cube as it passes through. In that case, the first set of slabs which we put up represents the monas of the front wall of cubes, the next set the monas of the second wall. Thus, if all the 3 sets of slabs be together on the table, we have a representation of the sections of the cube. For some purposes it would be better to have 4 sets of slabs, the 4th set representing the murex of the third wall, for the 3 sets only show the front faces of the cubes, and therefore would not indicate anything about the back faces of the block. For instance, if a line passed through the block diagonally from the point Corvus gold to the point Llama deep blue, it would be represented on the slabs by a point at the bottom left-hand corner of the gold slab, the second point at the same corner of the light buff slab, and a third at the same corner of the deep blue slab. Thus we should have the points mapped at which the line entered the fronts of the walls of cubes, but not the point in Lamo at which it would leave the block. Let the diagrams 1, 2, 3 Fig. 11 be the three sets of slabs. To see the diagrams properly, the reader must set the top of the page on the table and look along the page from the bottom of it. The line in question, which runs from the bottom left-hand near corner to the top right-hand far corner of the block, will be represented in the three sets of slabs by the points A, B, C. To complete the diagram of its course, we need a fourth set of slabs for the murex of the third wall. The same object might be attained if we had another block of 27 cubes behind the first block and represented its front or monas by a set of slabs. For the point at which the line leaves the first block is identical with that at which it enters the second block. Here represents the monas of the first wall, those of the second, those of the third. But to get the plane being's view, we must look over the edge of the glass down the z-axis. Set 2 of slabs represent the monas of wall 2. These monas are in contact with the murex of wall 1. Thus set 2 will show where the line issues from wall 1 as well as where it enters wall 2. The plane being therefore could get an idea of the block of cubes by learning these slabs. He ought not to call the goal slab Erna Mahler, but Erna monad, and so on, because all that he learns are monas, merely the thin faces of the cubes. By introducing the course of time, he can represent the block more nearly. For if he supposes it to be passing an inch a minute, he may give the name Erna Mahler to the gold slab enduring for a minute. But when he has learnt the slabs in this position and sequenced, he has only a very partial view of the block. Let the block turn round the z-axis as model 1 turns round the brown line. A different set of cubes comes into his plane, and now they come in on the alvus faces. Alvus is here used to denote the left-hand faces of the cubes, and is not supposed to be vermilion. It is simply the thinnest slice on the left hand of the cube and of the same color as the cube. To represent this, the plane being should employ a fresh set of slabs, for there is nothing common to the mona and alvus faces except an edge. But since each cube is of the same color throughout, the same slab may be used for its different faces. Thus the alvus of Erna Mahler can be represented by a gold slab. Only it must never be forgotten that it is meant to be the new slab and is not identical with the same slab used for Mona. Now when the block of cubes has turned round the brown line into the plane, it is clear that they will be on the side of the z-axis opposite that on which were the Mona slabs. The line which ran Y now runs X, thus the slabs will occupy the second quadrant marked by the axes as shown in the diagram Fig. 13. Each of these slabs we will name alvus. In this view, as before, the book is supposed to be tilted up towards the reader so that the z-axis runs from O to his eye. Then if the block be passed at right angles through the plane, there will come into view the two sets of slabs represented in the diagram's Fig. 13. In copying this arrangement with the slabs, the cardboard on which they are arranged must slant upwards to the eyed eye. OZ must run up to the eyed, and the sides of the slab seen are in diagram 2 Fig. 13. The upper edges of Tibes and Moor and Mercist in diagram 3. The upper edges of Festus Oliver Tyro. There is another view of the block possible to a plane being. If the block be turned round the x-axis, the low face comes into the vertical plane. This corresponds to turning model 1 round the orange line. On referring to the diagram Fig. 14. We now see that the name of the faces of the cubes coming into the plane is size. Here the plane being looks from the extremity of the z-axis, and the squares which he sees run from him in the z direction. As this turn of the block brings its size into the vertical plane so that it extends 3 inches below the base line of its mona, it is evident that the turn is only possible if the mona be originally at a height of at least 3 inches above the plane being's earth line in the vertical plane. Next, if the block be passed through the plane, the sections shown in the diagrams 2 and 3 Fig. 14 are brought into view. Thus there are 3 distinct ways of regarding the cubic block, each of them equally primary, and if the plane being is to have a correct idea of the blocks, he must be equally familiar with each view. By means of the slabs each aspect can be represented, but we must remember in each of the 3 cases that the slabs represent different parts of the cube. When we look at the cube Palomalo in space, we see that it touches 6 other cubes by its 6 faces. but the plane being could only arrive at this fact by comparing different views. Taking the three Mona sections of the block, he can see that Palamala Mona touches Pleds Mona, Mora Mona, Uncas Mona, and Turgam Mona by lines. And it takes the place of Biden's Mona and is itself displaced by Cortes Mona as the block passes through the plane. Next, the same Palamala can appear to him as an Alves. In this case, it touches Pleds Alves, Mora Alves, Biden's Alves, and Cortes Alves by lines, takes the place of Uncas Alves, and is itself displaced by Turgam Alves as the block moves. Similarly, he can observe the relations if the size of the block be in his plane. Hence, this unknown body Palamala appears to him now as one plane figure, now as another, and comes before him in different connections. Palamala is that which satisfies all these relations. Each of them he can in turn present to sense, but the total conception of Palamala itself can only if all grow up in his mind. The way for him to form this mental conception is to go through all the practical possibilities which Palamala would afford him by its various movements and turns. In our world, these various relations are found by the most simple observations, but a plane being could only acquire them by considerable labour. And if he determined to obtain a knowledge of the physical existence of a higher world than his own, he must pass through such discipline. We will see what change could be introduced into the shapes he builds by the movements which he does not know in his world. Let us build up this shape with the cubes of the block Erna Mala, Moles Mala, Biden's Mala, Tibes Mala. To the plane being, the shape would be the slabs Erna Mona, Moles Mona, Biden's Mona, Tibes Mona Fig. 15. Now let the block be turned round the z-axis so that it goes past the position in which the alpha sides enter the vertical plane. Let it move until passing through the plane the same Mona sides come in again. The mass of the block will now have cut through the plane and be on the near side of it towards us, but the Mona faces only will be on the plane being side of it. The diagram Fig. 16 shows what he will see, and it will seem to him similar to the first shape Fig. 15 in every respect except its disposition with regard to the z-axis. It lies in the direction x opposite to that of the first figure. However much he turn these two figures apart in the plane, he cannot make one occupy the place of the other part for part. Hence it appears that if we turn the plane being's figure about a line, it undergoes an operation which is to him quite mysterious. He cannot by any turn in his plane produce the change in the figure produced by us. A little observation will show that a plane being can only turn round a point. Turning round a line is a process unknown to him. Therefore, one of the elements in a plane being's knowledge of a space higher than his own will be the conception of a kind of turning which will change his solid bodies into their own images. Chapter 6. The means by which a plane being would acquire a conception of our figures. Take the block of 27 molar cubes and build up the following shape Fig. 18. Erna Mala, Moles Mala, Pleds Mala, Pala Mala, Mora Mala. If this shape passed through the vertical plane, the plane being would perceive 1. The squares Erna Mona and Moles Mona. 2. The three squares Pleds Mona, Pala Mona, Mora Mona. And then the whole figure would have passed through his plane. If the whole block were turned round the z-axis till the alpha sides entered and the figure built up as it would be in that disposition of the cubes, the plane being would perceive during its passage through the plane 1. Erna Alves, 2. Moles Alves, Pleds Alves, Pala Alves, Mora Alves, which would all enter on the left side of the z-axis. Again, if the block were turned round the x-axis, the size side would enter and the cubes appear in the following ordered: 1. Erna size, Moles size, Pled size. 2. Pala size. 3. Mora size. A comparison of these three sets of appearances would give the plane being a full account of the figure. It is that which can produce these various appearances. Let us now suppose a glass plate placed in front of the block in its first position. On this plate let the axes x and z be drawn. They divide the surface into 4 parts, to which we give the following names Fig. 17. Zx equals that quarter defined by the positive z and positive x-axis. Z equals that quarter defined by the positive z and negative x-axis, which is called
Z negative x.
Equals that quarter defined by the negative z and negative x-axis. x equals that quarter defined by the negative z and positive x-axis. The block appears in these different quarters or quadrants as it is turned round the different axes. In zx the monas appeared, in z the alvas faces, in x the sises. In each quadrant are drawn 9 squares to receive the faces of the cubes when they enter. Now if the shape taken at the beginning of this chapter be looked at through the glass, and the distance of the second and third walls of the shape behind the glass be considered of no account, that is, if they be treated as close up to the glass, we get a plain outline which occupies the squares urna mona, moles mona, bidens mona, tibicen mona. This outline is called a projection of the figure. To see it like a plane being, we should have to look down on it along the z-axis. It is obvious that one projection does not give the shape. For instance, the square bidens mona might be filled by either pala or quarters. All that a square in the room of bidens mona denotes is that there is a cube somewhere in the white or unknown direction from bidens mona. This view just taken we should call the front view in our space. We are then looking at it along the negative y-axis. When the same shape is turned round on the z-axis so as to be projected on the z-quadrant, we have the squares urna alvas, frenum alvas, uncus alvas, spicula alvas. When it is turned round the x-axis and projected on x, we have the squares urna cis, moles cis, plebs cis, and no more. This is what is ordinarily called the ground plan, but we have set it in a different position from that in which it is usually drawn. Now the best method for a plane being of familiarizing himself with shapes in our space would be to practice the realization of them from their different projections in his plane. Thus, given the 3 projections just mentioned, he should be able to construct the figure from which they are derived. The projections Fig. 19 are drawn below the perspective pictures of the shape Fig. 18. From the frontal mona view he would conclude that the shape was urna mala, moles mala, bidens mala, tibicen mala, or instead of these, or also in addition to them, any of the cubes running in the y direction from the plane. That is, from the mona projection he might infer the presence of all the following cubes. The word mala is omitted for brevity: urna, frenum, sector, moles, plebs, harma, bidens, pala, quarters, tibicen, mora, merces. Next, the albus view or projection might be given by the cubes, the word mala being again omitted: urna, moles, soltus, frenum, plebs, cypher, huncus, pala, tergum, spicula, mora, bolivar. Lastly, looking at the ground plan or size view, he would infer the possible presence of urna, ostrum, cunts, moles, bidens, tibicen, plebs, pala, mora. Now the shape in higher space which is usually there is that which is common to all these 3 appearances. It can be determined therefore by rejecting those cubes which are not present in all 3 lists of cubes possible from the projections. And by this process the plane being could arrive at the enumeration of the cubes which belong to the shape of which he had the projections. After a time when he had experience of the cubes which, though invisible to him as wholes, he could see part by part in turn entering his space, the projections would have more meaning to him, and he might comprehend the shape they expressed fragmentarily in his space. To practice the realization from projections we should proceed in this way. First, we should think of the possibilities involved in the mona viewed, and build them up in cubes before us. Secondly, we should build up the cubes possible from the alvas view. Again, taking the shape at the beginning of the chapter, we should find that the shape of the alvas possibilities intersected that of the mona possibilities in urna, moles, frenum, plebs, pala, mora, or, in other words, these cubes are common to both. Thirdly, we should build up the size possibilities, and comparing their shape with those of the mona and alvas projections, we should find urna, moles, plebs, pala, mora of the size view coinciding with the same cubes of the other views, the only cube present in the intersection of the mona and alvas possibilities and not present in the size view being frenum. The determination of the figure denoted by the 3 projections may be more easily effected by treating each projection as an indication of what cubes are to be cut away. Taking the same shape as before, we have in the mona projection urna, moles, bidens, tibicen, and the possibilities from them are urna, frenum, sector, moles, plebs, harma, bidens, pala, quarters, tibicen, mora, merces. This may aptly be called the mona solution. Now from the size projection we learn at once that those cubes which in it would produce frenum, sector, harma, remus, cypher, soltus are not in the shape. This absence of frenum and sector in the size view proves that their presence in the mona solution is superfluous. The absence of harma removes the possibility of harma, quarters, merces. the absence of Renus Cyphus Saltus makes no difference, as neither they nor any of their size possibilities are present in the Mona solution. Hence the result of comparison of the Mona and size projections and possibilities is the shaped urna moles pled bidens pala tibus and mora. This may be aptly called the Mona size solution. Now in the alvus projection we see that ostrum cum sector lat and Mars are absent. The absence of sector lat and Mars has no effect on our Mona size solution, as it does not contain any of their alvus possibilities. But the absence of ostrum and cums proves that in the Mona size solution bidens and tibusin are superfluous, since their presence in the original shape would give ostrum and cums in their alvus projection. Thus we arrive at the Mona alvus size solution, which gives us the shape urna moles pled palate mora. It will be obvious on trial that a shape can be instantly recognized from its three projections if the block be thoroughly well known in all three positions. Any difficulty in the realization of the shapes comes from the arbitrary habit of associating the cubes with some one direction in which they happen to go with regard to us. If we remember ostrum as a block urna, we are not remembering the block but only one particular relation of the block to us. That position of ostrum is a fact as much related to ourselves as to the block. There is, of course, some information about the block implied in that position, but it is so mixed with information about ourselves as to be ineffectual knowledge of the block. It is of the highest importance to enter minutely into all the details of solution written above. For corresponding to every operation necessary to a plane being for the comprehension of our world, there is an operation with which we have to become familiar if in our turn we would enter into some comprehension of a world higher than our own. Every cube of the block ought to be thoroughly known in all its relations. And the block must be regarded not as a formless mass out of which shapes can be made, but as the sum of all possible shapes from which any one we may choose as a selection. In fact, to be familiar with the block we ought to know every shape that could be made by any selection of its cubes, or in other words, we ought to make an exhaustive study of it. In the appendix is given a set of exercises in the use of these names, which form a language of shape and in various kinds of projections. The projections studied in this chapter are not the only nor the most natural projections by which a plane being would study higher space, but they suffice as an illustration of our present purpose. If the reader will go through the exercises in the appendix and form others for himself, he will find every bit of manipulation done will be of service to him in the comprehension of higher space. There is one point of view in the study of the block by means of slabs which is of some interest. The cubes of the block, and therefore also the representative slabs of their faces, can be regarded as forming rows and columns. There are three sets of them. If we take the Mona view, they represent the views of the three walls of the block as they pass through the plane. To form the alvus view, we only have to rearrange the slabs and form new sets. The first new set is formed by taking the first or left-hand column of each of the Mona sets. The second alvus set is formed by taking the second or middle columns of the three Mona sets. The third will consist of the remaining right-hand columns of the Monas. Similarly, the three size sets may be formed from the three horizontal rows or floors of the Mona sets. Hence it appears that the plane being would study our space by taking all the possible combinations of the corresponding rows and columns. He would break up the first three sets into other sets, and the study of the block would practically become to him the study of these various arrangements. Chapter 7. 4 Space, its representation in 3 space. We now come to the essential difficulty of our task. All that has gone before is preliminary. We have now to frame the method by which we shall introduce through our space figures the figures of a higher space. When the plane being studies our shapes of cubes, he has to use squares. He is limited at the outset. A cube appears to him as a square. On Model 1 we see the various squares as which the cube can appear to him. We suppose the plane being to look from the extremity of the z-axis down a vertical plane. First there is the Mona square. Then there is the square given by a section parallel to Mona, which he recognizes by the variation of the bounding lines as soon as the cube begins to pass through his plane. Then comes the Murex square. Next, if the cube be turned round the z-axis and passed through, he sees the albus and prose squares and the intermediate section. So too with the cis and mel squares in the section between them. Now dealing with figures in higher space, we are in an analogous position. We cannot grasp the element of which they are composed. We can conceive a cube, but that which corresponds to a cube in higher space is beyond our grasp. But the plane being was obliged to use two-dimensional figures, squares, in arriving at a notion of a three-dimensional figure, so also must we use three-dimensional figures to arrive at the notion of a four-dimensional. Let us call the figure which corresponds to a square in a plane and a cube in our space a tesseract. Model 1 is a cube. Let us assume a tesseract generated from it. Let us call the tesseract Urna. The generating cube may then be aptly called Urna Mahler. We may use cubes to represent parts of four space, but we must always remember that they are to us in our study only what squares are to a plane being with respect to a cube. Let us again examine the mode in which a plane being represents a block of cubes with slabs. Take block 1 of the 81 set of cubes. The plane being represents this by 9 slabs which represent the molar face of the block. Then, omitting the solidity of these first 9 cubes, he takes another set of 9 slabs to represent the next wall of cubes. Lastly, he represents the third wall by a third set, omitting the solidity of both second and third walls. In this manner, he evidently represents the extension of the block upwards and sideways in the Z and X directions, but in the Y direction he is powerless and is compelled to represent extension in that direction by setting the 3 sets of slabs alongside in his plane. The second and third sets denote the height and breadth of the respective walls, but not their depth or thickness. Now note that the block extends 3 inches in each of the 3 directions. The plane being can represent 2 of these dimensions on his plane, but the unknown direction he has to represent by a repetition of his plane figures. The cube extends 3 inches in the Y direction. He has to use 3 sets of slabs. The block is built up arbitrarily in this manner. Starting from Urna Mahler and going up, we come to a brown cube and then to a light blue cube. Starting from Urna Mahler and going right, we come to an orange and a fawn cube. Starting from Urna Mahler and going away from us, we come to a blue and a buff cube. Now the plane being represents the brown and orange cubes by squares lying next to the square which represents Urna Mahler. The blue cube is as close as the brown cube to Urna Mahler, but he can find no place in the plane where he can place a blue square so as to show this co-equal proximity of both cubes to the first. So he is forced to put a blue square anywhere in his plane and say of it,
This blue square represents what I should arrive at if I started from Urna Mahler and moved away. That is in the Y or unknown direction.
Now just as there are 3 cubes going up, so there are 3 going away. Hence, besides the blue square placed anywhere on the plane, he must also place a buff square beyond it to show that the block extends as far away as it does upwards and sideways. Each cube being a different color, there will be as many different colors of squares as of cubes. It will easily be seen that not only the gold square, but also the orange and every other square in the first set of slabs must have 2 other squares set somewhere beyond it on the plane to represent the extension of the block away or in the unknown Y direction. Coming now to the representation of a 4-dimensional block, we see that we can show only 3 dimensions by cubic blocks, and that the 4th can only be represented by repetitions of such blocks. There must be a certain amount of arbitrary naming and coloring. The colors have been chosen as now stated. Take the first block of the 81 set. We are familiar with its colors and they can be found at any time by reference to Model 1. Now suppose the gold cube to represent what we can see in our space of a gold tesseract. The other cubes of block 1 give the colors of the tesseracts which lie in the 3 directions X, Y and Z from the gold one. But what is the color of the tesseract which lies next to the gold in the unknown direction W? Let us suppose it to be stone in color. Taking out block 2 of the 81 set and arranging it on the pattern of Model 9, we find in it a stone cube. But just as there are 3 tesseracts in the X, Y and Z directions as shown by the cubes in block 1, so also must there be 3 tesseracts in the unknown direction W. Take block 3 of the 81 set. This block can be arranged on the pattern of Model 2. In it there is a silver cube where the gold cube lies in block 1. Hence we may say the tesseract which comes next to the stone one in an unknown direction from the gold is of a silver color. Now the cube in all these cases represents a tesseract. Between the gold and stone cubes there is an inch in an unknown direction. The gold tesseract is supposed to be gold throughout in all 4 directions, and so also is the stone. We may imagine it in this way. Suppose the set of 3 tesseracts, the gold, the stone, and the silver, to move through our space at the rate of an inch a minute. We should first see the gold cube, which would last a minute, then the stone cube for a minute, and lastly the silver cube a minute. This is precisely analogous to the appearance of passing cubes to the plane being as successive squares lasting a minute. After that nothing would be visible. Now, just as we must suppose that there are 3 tesseracts proceeding from the gold cube in the unknown direction, so there must be 3 tesseracts extending in the unknown direction from every one of the 27 cubes of the first block. The block of 27 cubes is not a block of 27 tesseracts, but it represents as much of them as we can see at once in our space, and they form the first portion or layer, like the first wall of cubes to the plane being of a set of 81 tesseracts extending to equal distances in all 4 directions. Thus, to represent the whole block of tesseracts there are 81 cubes, or 3 blocks of 27 each. Now it is obvious that just as a cube has various plane boundaries, so a tesseract has various cube boundaries. The cubes of the tesseract which we have been regarding have been those containing the x, y, and z directions, just as the plane being regarded the monofaces containing the x and z directions. And as long as the tesseract is unchanged in its position with regard to our space, we can never see any portion of it which is in the unknown direction. Similarly, we saw that a plane being could not see the parts of a cube which went in the 3rd direction until the cube was turned round one of its edges. In order to make it quite clear what parts of a cube came into the plane, we gave distinct names to them. Thus the squares containing the z and x directions were called mona and murex, those containing the z and y thulvas and prost, and those the x and y cis and mel. Now similarly with our 4 axes, any 3 will determine a cube. Let the tesseract in its normal position have the cube mala determined by the axis z, x, y. Let the cube la be that which is determined by x, y, w, that is, the cube which, starting from the x, y plane, stretches 1 inch in the unknown or w direction. Let Vespa be the cube determined by z, y, w, and Pluvium by z, x, w. Another way of looking at the matter is this. When a cube is generated from a square, each of the lines bounding the square becomes a square, and the square itself becomes a cube, giving 2 squares in its initial and final positions. When a cube moves in the new and unknown direction, each of its planes traces a cube, and it generates a tesseract, giving in its initial and final positions 2 cubes. Thus there are 8 cubes bounding the tesseract, 6 of them from the 6 plane sides and 2 from the cube itself. These latter 2 are Mala and Margo. The cubes from the 6 sides are La from SciFi, from Mel, Vespa from Alvas, Idas from Prost, Pluvim from Mona, Tella from Murex. And just as a plane being can only see the squares of a cube, so we can only see the cubes of a tesseract. It may be said that the cube can be pushed partly through the plane, so that the plane being sees a section between Mona and Murex. Similarly, the tesseract can be pushed through our space so that we can see a section between Mala and Margo. There is a method of approaching the matter which settles all difficulties and provides us with a nomenclature for every part of the tesseract. We have seen how by writing down the names of the cubes of a block, and then supposing that their number increases, certain sets of the names come to denote points, lines, planes, and solid. Similarly, if we write down a set of names of tesseracts in a block, it will be found that when their number is increased, certain sets of the names come to denote the various parts of a tesseract. For this purpose, let us take the 81 set and use the cubes to represent tesseracts. The whole of the 81 cubes make one single tesseract set extending 3 inches in each of the 4 directions. The names must be remembered to denote tesseracts. Thus Corvus is a tesseract which has the tesseract's cuspes and Nog to the right, Arpus and Ilex above it, Dos and Sister away from it, and Lots and Spiro in the 4th or unknown direction from it. It will be evident at once that to write these names in any representative order we must adopt an arbitrary system. We require them running in 4 directions, we have only 2 on paper. The X direction from left to right and the Y from the bottom towards the top of the page will be assumed to be truly represented. The Z direction will be symbolized by writing the names in floors, the upper floors always preceding the lower. Lastly, the fourth or W direction, which has to be symbolized in three-dimensional space by setting the solids in an arbitrary position, will be signified by writing the names in blocks, the name which stands in any one place in any block being next in the W direction to that which occupies the same position in the block before or after it. Thus ops is written in the same place in the second block, spirit in the third block as corvus occupies in the first block. Since there are an equal number of tesseracts in each of the four directions, there will be 3 floors Z when there are 3 X and Y. Also there will be 3 blocks W. If there be 4 tesseracts in each direction, there will be 4 floors Z and 4 blocks W. Thus when the number in each direction is enlarged, the number of blocks W is equal to the number of tesseracts in each known direction. It is evident that the set of tesseracts could be increased to the number of 4 in each direction, the names being used as before for the cubic blocks on pp. 136, 137, and in that case the second block would be duplicated to make the 4 blocks required in the unknown direction. Comparing such an 81 set and 256 set, we should find that cuspis, which was a single tesseract in the 81 set, became 2 tesseracts in the 256 set. And if we introduced a larger number, it would simply become longer and not increase in any other dimension. Thus cuspis would become the name of an edge. Similarly, dos would become the name of an edge, and also octaves. Ops, which is found in the middle block of the 81 set, occurs both in the second and third blocks of the 256 set. That is, it also tends to elongate and not extend in any other direction, and may therefore be used as the name of an edge of a tesseract. Looking at the cubes which represent the size tesseracts, we find that though they increase in number, they increase only in 2 directions, therefore size may be taken to signify a square. But looking at what comes from size in the W direction, we find in the middle block of the 81 set 1 lard, and in the second and third blocks of the 256 set 4 lards each. Hence la extends in 3 directions x, y, w, and becomes a cube. Similarly, mona is a plane, but pluvium which proceeds from it extends not only sideways and upwards like monad, but in an unknown direction also. It occurs in both middle blocks of the 256 set. Hence it also is a cube. We have now considered such parts of the sets as contain 1, 2, and 3 dimensions. But there is one part which contains 4. It is that named tesseract. In the 256 set there are 8 such cubes in the second and 8 in the third block, that is, they extend z, x, y, and also w. They may therefore be considered to represent that part of a tesseract or tesseractic set which is analogous to the interior of a cube. The arrangement of colors corresponding to these names is seen on Model 1 corresponding to Marla, Model 2 to Margot, and Model 9 to the intermediate block. When we take the view of the tesseract with which we commenced and in which arctus goes z, cuspis x, dos y, and ops w, we see Marla in our space. But when the tesseract is turned so that the ops line goes x while cuspis is turned w, the other 2 remaining as they were, then we do not see Marla, but that cube which in the original position of the tesseract contains the z, y, w directions, that is the Vesper cube. A plane being made begin to study a block of cubes by their size squares, but if the block be turned round dos, he will have alpha squares in his space, and he must then use them to represent the cubic block. So when the tesseractic set is turned round, Marla cubes leave our space and Vespers enter. There are 2 ways which can be followed in studying the set of tesseracts. Each tesseract of 1 inch every way can be supposed to be of the same color throughout, so that whichever way it be turned, whichever of its edges coincide with our known axis, it appears to us as a cube of 1 uniform color. Thus, if Urna be the tesseract, Urna Marla would be a gold cubed, Urna Vesper a gold cubed, and so on. This method is for the most part adopted in the following pages. In this case, the whole set of 4 tesseracts would in colors resemble a set composed of 4 cubes like models 1, 9, 9 and 2, but when any question about a particular tesseract has to be settled, it is advantageous for the sake of distinctness to suppose it colored in its different regions as the whole set is colored. Roman 2. The other plan is to start with the cubic sides of the inch tesseract, each colored according to the scheme of the models 1 to 8. In this case, the lines, if shown at all, should be very thin. For in fact only the faces would be seen, as the width of the lines would only be equal to the thickness of our matter in the fourth dimension, which is indistinguishable to the senses. If such completely colored cubes be used, less error is likely to creep in, but it is a disadvantage that each cube in the several blocks is exactly like the others in that block. If the reader makes such a set to work with for a time, he will gain greatly, for the real way of acquiring a sense of higher space is to obtain those experiences of the senses exactly to which the observation of a four-dimensional body would give. These models 1-8 are called sides of the tesseract. To make the matter perfectly clear, it is best to suppose that any tesseract or set of tesseracts which we examine has a duplicate exactly similar in shape and arrangement of parts but different in their coloring. In the first, let each tesseract have one color throughout, so that all its cubes apprehended in turn in our space will be of one and the same color. In the duplicate, let each tesseract be so colored as to show its different cubic sides by their different colors. Then, when we have it turned to us in different aspects, we shall see different cubes, and when we try to trace the contacts of the tesseracts with each other, we shall be helped by realizing each part of every tesseract in its own color. Chapter 8. Representation of four space by name. Study of tesseracts. We have now surveyed all the preliminary ground, and can study the masses of tesseracts without obscurity. We require a scaffold or framework for this purpose, which in 3 dimensions will consist of 8 cubic spaces or octants assembled round one point, as in 2 dimensions it consisted of 4 squares or quadrants round a point. These 8 octants lie between the 3 axes z, x, y, which intersect at the given point and can be named according to their positions between the positive and negative directions of those axes. Thus the octant z, x, y is that which is contained by the positive portions of all 3 axes, the octant z, y that which is to the left of z, x, y, and between the positive parts of z and y and the negative of x. To illustrate this quite clearly, let us take the 8 cubes Urna, moles, plebs, Frennen, and Cuspala, Bidens, Ostrom, and place them in the 8 octants. Their colors can be found by reference to the models 192, which correspond respectively to the first, second, and third blocks. Thus, Urna Marlow is gold, moles orange, saltus fawn, thyrsus stone, cervix silver. The cubes whose colors are not shown in the models are Pala Marla, Tessera Marlet, and Lassiter Marlet, which are equivalent to the interiors of the model cubes and are respectively light buff, woodland, and sage green. These 81 cubes are the cubic sides and sections of the tesseracts of an 81 tesseractic set, which measures 3 inches in every direction. We suppose it to pass through our space. Let us call the positive and known direction R and I, plus W, and the negative and known direction Carter W. Then does the whole tesseract move Carter at the rate of an inch a minute. We see first the first block of 27 cubes for 1 minute, then the second, and lastly the third, each lasting 1 minute. Now when the first block stands in the normal position, the edges of the tesseract that run from the corvus corner of R and Marla are octus in Z, cuspes in X, dos in Y, ops in W. Let the first block be put up before us in Z, X, Y, Urna corvus is at the junction of our axes Z, X, Y. The second block is now 1 inch distant in the unknown direction, and if we suppose the tesseractic set to move through our space at the rate of 1 inch a minute, the second will enter in 1 minute and replace the first. But instead of this, let us suppose the tesseracts to turn so that opt which now goes W shall go X. Then we can see in our space that cubic side of each tesseract which is contained by the lines octus, dost, and not the cube vesper, and we shall no longer have the Marla sides but the vesper sides of the tesseractic set in our space. We will now build it up in its vesper view as we built up the cubic block in its alphas view. Take the gold cube, which now means Urna Vespert, and place it on the left hand of its former position as Urna Marla, that is in the octant ZY. This Vespert, which previously lay just beyond Urna Vesper in the unknown direction, will now lie just beyond it in the X direction, that is to the left of it. The name Vesper is left out in the above list for the sake of brevity, but should be used in studying the positions. On comparing the 2 lists of the Marla view and Vesper view, it will be seen that the cubes presented in the Vesper view are new sides of the tesseract, and that the arrangement of them is different from that in the Marla view. This is analogous to the changes in the slabs from the Mona to Alva's view of the cubic block. Of course, the Vespers of all these tesseracts are not visible at once in our space any more than are the Monas of all three walls of a cubic block to a plane being. But if the tesseract except be supposed to move through space in the unknown direction at the rate of an inch a minute, the second block will present its Vespers after the first block has lasted a minute. The relative position of the Mahler block and the Vesper block may be represented in our space as in the diagram Fig. 20. But it must be distinctly remembered that this arrangement is quite conventional, no more real than a plane being the symbolization of the Mona wall and the Alvas wall of the cubic block by the arrangement of their Mona and Alvas faces with the solidity omitted along one of his known directions. The Vespers of the first and second blocks cannot be in our space simultaneously any more than the Monas of all three walls in plane space. To render their simultaneous presence possible, the cubic or tesseractic block or set must be broken up and its parts no longer retain their relations. This fact is of supreme importance in considering higher space. Endless fuzzes creep in as soon as it is forgotten that the cubes are merely representative as the slabs were, and the positions in our space merely conventional and symbolical like those of the slabs along the plane. And these fallacies are so much fostered by again symbolizing the cubic symbols and their symbolical positions in perspective drawings or diagrams that the reader should surrender all hope of learning space from this book or the drawings alone and work every thought out with the cubes themselves. If we want to see what each individual cube of the tesseractic faces presented to us in the last example is like, we have only to consider each of the Mahlers similar in its parts to model 1 and each of the Vespers to model 5. And it must always be remembered that the cubes, though used to represent both Mahler and Vesper faces of the tesseract, mean as great a difference as the slabs used for the Mona and Alvas faces of the cube. If the tesseract except move Carter through our space when the Vesper faces are presented to us, we see the following parts of the tesseract Urna and therefore also the same parts of the other tesseracts. 1. Urna Vesper, which is model 5. 2. A parallel section between Urna Vesper and Urna Idis, which is model 11. 3. Urna Idis, which is model 6. When the Urna Idis has passed Carter our space, moles Vesper enters it, then a section between moles Vesper and moles Idis, and then moles Idis. Here, we have evidently observed the tesseract more minutely as it passes Carter through our space. Starting on its Vesper side, we have seen the parts which would be generated by Vesper moving along cuspes, that is Urna. 2 other arrangements of the tesseracts have to be learnt besides those from the Mahler and Vesper aspect. One of them is the pluvium aspect. Build up the set in ZX, letting arcs run Z cuspes X to knots. In the common plane Mona, Urna pluvium coincides with Urna Mahler, though they cannot be in our space together, so too moles pluvium with moles Mahler, ostrom pluvium with ostrom Mahler. And lying towards us toward is now that tesseract which before lay in the W direction from Urna, viz. Thesis. Thus the wall of cubes in contact with that wall of the Mahler position, which contains the Urna moles ostrom and Bidens Mahlers, is a wall composed of the pluviums of Urna moles ostrom and Bidens. The wall next to this and nearer to us is of Thesis Fitter Cardo Cudo pluviums. The second block is 1 inch out of our space and only enters it if the block moves Carter. Model 7 shows the pluvium cube, and each of the cubes of the tesseract seen in the pluvium position is a pluvium. If the tesseract except moved Carter, we would see the section between pluvium and teller for all but a minute, and then teller would enter our space and the teller of each tesseract would be seen. Model 12 shows the section from pluvium to teller. Model 8 is teller. Teller only lasts for a flash, as it has only the minutest magnitude in the unknown or Urna direction. Then Frenon pluvium takes the place of Urna teller, and when it passes through we see a similar section between Frenon pluvium and Frenon teller, and lastly Frenon teller. Then the tesseract except passes out or carted our space. A similar process takes place with every other tesseract when the set of tesseracts moves through our space. There is still one more arrangement to be learnt. If the line of the tesseract which in the Mahler position goes onward or W be changed into the or downwards direction, the tesseract will then appear in our space below the Mahler position, and the side presented to us will not be Mahler, but that which contains the lines dos cuspes and ots. This side is model 3 and is called La. Underneath the place which was occupied by Erna Mahler will come Erna Lard under the place of Moles Mahler Moles Lard under the place of Frenham Mahler Frenham La. The tesseract which in the Mahler position was an inch out of our space R0 or W from Erna Mahler will now come into it an inch downwards or below Erna Mahler with its La presented to us, that is, Finsus La will be below Erna La. In the whole arrangement of them written below, the highest floors are written first, for now they stretch downwards instead of upwards. The name La is understood after each. Here it is evident that what was the lower floor of Mahler's Erna Moles Plebs Frenham now appears as if carried downwards instead of upwards, La's being presented in our space instead of Mahler's. This block of La's is what we see of the tesseract set when the octaves line which in the Mahler position goes up is turned into the R0 or W direction and the oct line comes in downwards. The rest of the tesseracts, which consists of the cubes opposite to the four treated above and of the tesseractic space between them, is all R0 in our space. If the tesseract be moved through our space, for instance, when the La's are present in it, we see, taking Erna alone, first the section between Erna La and Erna Vellum model 10 and then Erna Vellum model 4, and similarly the sections and vellums of each tesseract in the set. When the first block has passed Carter our space, the Ostrom La enters and the La's of the second block of tesseracts occupy the places just vacated by the vellums of the first block. Then as the tesseractic set moves on Carter, the sections between vellums and La's of the second block of tesseracts enter our space and finally their vellums. Then the whole tesseractic set disappears from our space. When we have learnt all these aspects and passages, we have experienced some of the principal features of this small set of tesseracts. Chapter 9. Further study of tesseracts. When the arrangement of a small set has been mastered, the different views of the whole 81 set should be learnt. It is now clear to us that in the list of the names of the 81 tesseracts given above, those which lie in the W direction appear in different blocks, while those that lie in the ZX or Y directions can be found in the same block. To confirm the meaning of the symbol CD over position, let us remember that the order of the axes known in our space will invariably be ZX, Y, and the unknown direction will be stated last, thus ZX, Y, W. Hence, if we write our OD seat, we know that the position or aspect intended is that in which arctusa goes Z ots O negative X dos D Y and cusp is CW, and such an arrangement can be made by shifting the 9 cubes on the left side of the first block of the 81 tesseracts and putting them into the ZY octant so that they just touch their former position. Next to them to their left we set the 9 of the left side of the second block of the 81 set, and next to these again on their left the 9 of the left side of the third block. This block of 27 now represents Vesper cubes which have only one square identical with the Mahler cubes of the previous blocks from which they were taken. Similarly, the block which is 1 inch Ana can be made by taking the 9 cubes which come vertically in the middle of each of the blocks in the first position and arranging them in a similar manner. Lastly, the block which lies 2 inches Ana can be made by taking the right sides of 9 cubes each from each of the 3 original blocks and arranging them so that those in the second original block go to the left of those in the first and those in the third to their left. In this manner we should obtain 3 new blocks which represent what we can see of the tesseract when the direction in which Erna Moles Soltis lie in the original set is turned W. The pluvium block we can make by taking the front wall of each original blocks and setting each an inch nearer to us, that is Y. The far sides of these cubes are known as pluviums. By continuing this treatment of the other walls of the 3 original blocks parallel to the front wall, we obtain 2 other blocks of tesseracts. The 3 together are the tesseractic position as COD, for in all of them OT lies in the Y direction and DOS has been turned W. The La position is more difficult to construct. To put the La's of the blocks in their natural position in our space, we must start with the original Mahler blocks at least 3 inches above the table. The first La block is made by taking the lowest floors of the 3 Mahler blocks and placing them so that that of the second is below that of the first and that of the third below that of the second. The floor of cubes whose diagonal runs from Erna La to Remus La will be at the top of the block of La's, and that whose diagonal goes from Cervix La to Angst La will be at the bottom. The next block of laws will be made by taking the middle horizontal floors of the three original blocks and placing them in a similar succession, the floor from Ostrom law to air law being at the top, that from Cardo law to Collis law in the middle, and Verbum law to Tabula law at the bottom. The third law block is composed of the top floor of the first block on the top, that is of Comes law to Tyro law to Cortex law to Pluma law in the middle, and Axis law to Portio law at the bottom. Chapter 10. Cyclical projections. The sides which touch the vertical plane in the first position are respectively in a CD monad and CD the Seist and D the C alvus. Take the shape Urna Ostrom moles Soltus Sina Sifo Remus Air Tyro. This gives in a CD the projection Urna Mona Ostrom Mona moles Mona Soltus Mona Sina Mona Vestis Mona. If the different positions of the cube are not well known, it is best to have a list of the names before one, but in every case the block should also be built as well as the names used. The same shape in the position CD in O is of course expressed in the same words, but it has a different appearance. And taking the shape we find we have Ernad, and we know that Ostrom lies behind Ernad and does not come in. Next we have moles Soltus, and we know that Sina lies behind Soltus and does not come in. Lastly we have Sifo and Remus, and we know that Air and Tyro are in the Y direction from Remus and so do not come in. Hence altogether the projection will consist only of the sizes of Urna moles Soltus Sifo and Remus. And taking the shape we find Urna Ostrom moles and Soltus are hidden by Urna Sina is behind Ostrom, Sifo gives Frenum, Remus gives Sector, Air gives Elat, and Tyro gives Mars. All these are all the sides. Let us now take the reverse problem and given the three cyclical projections determine the shape. Let the CD projection be the monas of Ernad Ostrom Biden Sina Vestis. Let the CD be the sizes of Urna Frenum Pled Sifot, and the DC be the alvus of Urna Frenum Uncus Spicula. Now from a CD we have Urna Frenum Sector Ostrom Uncusala Biden's Pala Cortis Sina Turgum Air Vestis Oliver Tyro. From CD we have Urna Ostrom Comes Frenum Uncus Spicula Pleds Pala More Sifo Turgum Oliver. In order to see how these will modify each other, let us consider the CD solution as if it were a set of cubes in the CD arrangement. Here those that go in the arctus direction go away from the plane of projection and must be represented by the size of the cube in contact with the plane. Looking at the CD solution, we write down keeping those together which go away from the plane of projection Urna and Ostrom Frenum and Uncus Sector and Elab Biden's Palette Cortis Sina and Vestis Turgum and Oliver Air and Tyro. Here we see that the whole CD of face is filled up in the projection as far as this solution is concerned. But in the CD solution we have only sizes of Urna Frenum Pled Sifo. These sizes only indicate the presence of a certain number of the cubes stated above as possible from the Mona projections, and those are Urna Ostrom Frenum Uncus Pala Turgum Oliver. This is the result of a comparison of the Mona projection with the size projection. Now writing these last named as they come in the DSC projection, we have Urna Ostrom Frenum Uncus and Pala and Turgum Oliver. And of these Ostrom alvus is wanting in the DSC projection as given above. Hence Ostrom will be wanting in the final shape, and we have as the final solution Urna Frenum Uncus Pala Turgum Oliver. Chapter Roman 11. A tesseractic figure and its projections. We will now consider a fourth-dimensional shape composed of tesseracts and the manner in which we can obtain a conception of it. The operation is precisely analogous to that described in Chapter 6 by which a plane being could obtain a conception of solid shapes. It is only a little more difficult in that we have to deal with one dimension or direction more and can only do so symbolically. We will assume the shape to consist of a certain number of the 81 tesseracts whose names we have given on p. 168. Let it consist of the 13 tesseracts Urna moles Plebs Frenum Pala Tesserat Cujo Vitat Cura Penates Polus Orcus Lassiter. Firstly, we will consider what appearances or projections these tesseracts will present to us according as the tesseractic set touches our space with its Amala cubes, B Vespa cubes, C Pluvim cubes, or D La cubes. Secondly, we will treat the converse question how the shape can be determined when the projections in each of those views are given. Let us build up in cubes the four different arrangements of the tesseracts according as they enter our space on their Mala Vespa Pluvium or La sides. They can only be printed by symbolizing two of the directions. In the following tabulations, the directions y-x will at once be understood. The direction z expressed by the wavy line indicates that the floors of 9 each printed nearer the top of the page lie above those printed nearer the bottom of it. The direction w is indicated by the dotted line, which shows that the floors of 9 lying to the left or right are in the w direction ana or the w direction kata from those which lie to the right or left. Similarly, cervix lies in the ana or w direction from urna with thesis between them. And to take one more instance, a journey from Saltus to Arcus would be made by travelling y to Remus, thence x to Sector, thence z to Mars, and finally w to Arcus. A line from Saltus to Arcus is therefore a diagonal of the set of 81 tesseracts because the full length of its side has been traversed in each of the 4 directions to reach one from the other eye. Saltus to Remus, Remus to Sector, Sector to Mars, Mars to Arcus. In considering the projections, we always suppose ourselves to be situated ana or w towards the tesseracts and any movement to be kata or w through our space. For instance, in the Mahler presentation we have first in our space the Mahlers of that block of tesseracts which is the last in the w direction. Thus the Mahler projection of any given tesseract of the set is that Mahler in the extreme w block whose place it's the given tesseract's Mahler would occupy if the tesseract except moved kata until the given tesseract reached our space. Or in other words, if all the tesseracts were transparent except those which constitute the body under consideration, and if a light shone through for space from the ana w side to the kata w side, there would be darkness in each of those Mahlers which would be occupied by the Mahler of any opaque tesseract if the tesseract except moved kata. Let us look at the set of 81 tesseracts we have built up in the Mahler arrangements and trace the projections in the extreme w block of the 13 of our shape. The latter are printed in italics in Table 8 and their projections are marked. Thus the cube Uncus Mahler is the projection of the tesseract Orcus Pala Mahler of Pala and Tessera, and Tacita Bidens Mahler of Cudo, Frenum Mahler of Frenum, and Polus Plebs Mahler of Plebs, and Cura and Penates Moles Mahler of Moles, and Fitted Urna Mahler of Urna. Similarly, we can trace the Vesper projections Table B. Orcus Vesper is the projection of the tesseracts Orcus and Lacerta, Ocrea Vesper of Tessera, Uncus Vesper of Pala, Cardo Vesper of Cudo, Polus Vesper of Polus, and Penates Crates Vesper of Cura, Frenum Vesper of Frenum, and Plebs Urna Vesper of Urna, and Moles Thys Vesper of Fitta. Next, in the Pluvim presentation Table C, we find that Biden's Pluvim is the projection of the tesseract Palat, Cudo Pluvim of Cudo, and Tessera, Lucas Pluvim of Lacerta, Verban Pluvim of Orcus, Urna Pluvim of Urna, and Frenum Moles Pluvim of Moles, and Plebs Fitta Pluvim of Fitta, and Curat Securus Pluvim of Penates, Cervix Pluvim of Polus. Lastly, in the La presentation Table D, we observe that Frenum La is the projection of Frenum, Plebs La of Plebs, and Pala Moles La of Moles, Urna La of Urna, Cura La of Cura, and Tessara Fitta La of Fitta, and Cudo Penates La of Penates, and Lacerta Pola La of Polus and Orcus. Secondly, we will treat the converse problem, how to determine the shape when the projections in each presentation are given. Looking back at the list just given above, let us write down in each presentation the projections only. Now let us determine the shape indicated by these projections. And now, using the same tables, we must not notice the italics as the shape is supposed to be unknown. It is assumed that the reader is building the problem in cubes. From the Mahler projections we might infer the presence of all or any of the tesseracts written in the brackets in the following list of the Mahler presentation. Let us suppose them all to be present in our shape and observe what their appearance would be in the Vesper presentation. We mark them all with an asterisk in Table B. In addition to those already marked, we must mark Verbum Cardo Ostrum, and then we see all the Vesper projections which would be formed by all the tesseracts possible from the Mahler projections. Let us compare these Vesper projections, viz. Orcus hoc reat and cus verbum cardo ostrum polus crates frenum cervix thesis urna with the given Vesper projections. We see at once that verbum ostrum and cervix are absent. Therefore we may conclude that all the tesseracts which would be implied as possible by their presence are absent, and of the Mahler possibilities may exclude the tesseracts Biden's Lucas Securus and cervix itself. Thus of the 21 tesseracts possible in the Mahler view there remain only 17 possible both in the Mahler and Vesper views, viz. Uncustok rear orcus pala tessera lasata cudo frenon crates polus plebs cura penates moles vita urna thivisus. This we call the Marla-Vespa solution. Next let us take the pluvium presentation. We again mark with an asterisk in table C the possibilities inferred from the Marla-Vespa solution and take the projections those possibilities would produce. The additional projections are again marked. There are 12 pluvium projections altogether, viz. Biden's ostrum cudo cardo lupus verbum urna moles vita thyrsa securis cervix. Again we compare these with the given pluvium projections and find 3 are absent, viz. Ostrum cardo thyrsus. Hence the tesseracts implied by ostrum and cardo and thyrsus cannot be in our shape, viz. Uncustok creates more thyrsus itself. Excluding these 4 from the 17 possibilities of the Marla-Vespa solution, we have left the 13 tesseracts orcus pala tessera lasata cudo frenon polus plebs cura penates moles vita urna. This we call the Marla-Vespa pluvium solution. Lastly, we have to consider whether these 13 tesseracts are consistent with the given law predictions. We mark them again on table D with an asterisk and we find that the projections are exactly those given, viz. Frenon plebs moles urna cura vita polus penates. Therefore we have not to exclude any of the 13 and can infer that they constitute the shape which produces the 4 different given views or projections. And find any shape in space consists of the possibilities common to the projections of its parts upon the boundaries of that space, whatever be the number of its dimensions. Hence the simple rule for the determination of the shape would be to write down all the possibilities of the sets of projections and then cancel all those possibilities which are not common to all. But the process adopted above is much preferable, as through it we may realize the gradual delimitation of the shape view by view. For once more we must remind ourselves that our great object is not to arrive at results by symbolical operations but to realize those results piece by piece through realized processes. I hope you enjoyed reading the book A New Era of Thought with me. If you like this, please remember to like and subscribe. Please visit at Autonomy if you want to see different types of videos we produce. For statistics on our videos, visit at Autonomy Core. Visit our story reading channel website at https://autonomy.com/autonomyproject/autonomous stories/. Happy YouTube travels.